know if we're on the record. We're on the record. Counsel are all...
My client is not.
Okay.
I apologize.
Sure.
Can I grab her?
Yes. And maybe we could we refrain from photographs to discuss that right now? Pardon me? I know. Yes, you can. Okay, let the record reflect that counsel and their clients are present in the courtroom. I know that that there's press presence in this room, and there are only two members of the press that have authority to record, to capture audio, to capture video, or to capture any still photography. And I realize the court decorum order that you've all been handed is rather lengthy, so I wanted to just go over a few aspects of that to clarify. So concerning the audio, video, or still photography, as I indicated, I've only approved two members of the pool of the jury of the media to do any of that. I've approved Court TV for the video, and if you want video, you can obtain it from Court TV. They're required to do that by my order. And then the still photography, I've approved an AP photographer. And if you want still photography, they are required to provide that to you as well. Now, concerning so that is the only thing we should see in this courtroom is those two. According to the decorum order, there is no press activity that takes place in the foyer. The only place that press activity takes place, other than in this courtroom with those two providers, is outside the courthouse. So there's no recording in the foyer outside of the courtroom, there's no photography outside of this courtroom, and there's no video outside of this courtroom, unless you're outside. If you have any questions, Tanya's in the back. She is the liaison with the press from the courts, and she can answer and help you with any of your questions. It's not my intention to deny the public the ability to see an open proceeding, but it is my full attention to make sure that there's no disruption, and that this is a trial handled like any other trial, and that the jury is able to focus without distraction on the evidence. That's my goal. If I've talked with the AP photographer a while ago about not standing, not moving, no noise should emanate from your camera. And I realize that is not the way you're used to doing business, but that's what we need to do in this courtroom. So if you have any questions about what you can do, you can take a still picture from your seated position, but if it turns out to be distracting, we'll have to revisit that, because your camera is not fixed anywhere and operated remotely. It's you doing it, which I understand why you're doing that. So, any questions, sir? Okay, great. Any questions or comments from the parties?
Sure, I just wanted to put on the record there was a violation of the decorum order with the photographer in the lobby just this morning.
Yes.
So, and I understand the bailiff spoke to him and deleted the pictures.
Correct. The bailiff informed me, the sergeant of the bailiffs informed me that this occurred and that it was a violation and that it was stopped as soon as they saw that it was happening, and that they required the press person in their presence to delete the photographs that were taken. And I've instructed the bailiff that if there's any violation of the decorum order out in the courthouse, if there are photographs being taken or video or audio that violates the order, that they're to confiscate the device and then come to me with it. And the other thing is the decorum order indicates that there will be no use of personal devices, phones, whatever, in the courtroom other than by the two press people that have been authorized. And I see some people on their phones back there. The bailiff may take your phone away because that's a violation of the order. If you want to be on your phone, if you're a press person and you want to be on your phone, let's say you want to tweet live during this proceeding, I don't know if that'll be allowed, but you need to fill out the paperwork and have it submitted to me so that I can consider that. I'll talk with the lawyers, get their input, and make a decision on whether that can be accomplished in a way that's not distracting. But the decorum order, as it reads now, is behind that bar, behind the bar where the swinging door is. There's no use of personal computers, personal devices, without prior court approval. The other part of the decorum order is, unless it's pre-approved by the court, and there has been some approval by the court, once the jury comes in and sits down, if you leave the courtroom, you have to stay out until the next break. Okay? Again, to minimize disruption and to the jury's attention to the evidence. Anytime that door opens, I mean, it's natural human nature. You look to see who's coming, who's going. So we want to keep that to a minimum, and that's the way we're going to do it. So, thank you. We're going to be in recess while the lawyers work out some AV issues. We've informed the jury that it'll be a few minutes, and thank you. Okay, thank you, members of the jury, for being so patient while we were working out a few details. Thank you. This is the case of Terry Sanderson versus Gwyneth Paltrow, case number 190500048, beginning trial here today. Would you please swear in the jurors? If you could please stand and raise your right hand.
Do each of you affirm that you will well and truly try the issue now before the court and render a true verdict according to the evidence and instructions of the court, subject to pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you.
Okay, have a seat. So in front of you or in your seats you have a notepad, hopefully a pen or pencil, and then the opening jury instructions, which I will read to you now, and you can certainly follow along. You can make notes in them. You can write your name on them. You'll have them available to you throughout the trial. Just keep them. Jury instruction 1, general admonitions. Now that you've been chosen as jurors, you are required to decide this case based only on the evidence that you see and hear in this courtroom and the law which I will instruct you about. For your verdict to be fair, you must not be exposed to any other information about the case. This is very important, and so I need to give you some very detailed explanations about what you should do and not do during your time as jurors. First, although it may seem natural to want to investigate a case, you must not try to get any information from any source other than what you see and hear in this courtroom. You may not use any printed or electronic sources to get information about this case or the issues involved. This includes the internet, reference books or dictionaries, newspapers, magazines, television, radio, computers, iPhones, smartphones, or any social media or electronic device. You may not do any personal investigation. This includes visiting any of the places involved in this case, using internet maps or Google Earth, talking to possible witnesses, or creating your own experiments or reenactments. Second, although it may seem natural, you must not communicate with anyone about this case. You must not allow anyone to communicate with you. You may not communicate about the case by any means, including by email, text message, tweets, blogs, chat rooms, comments, other postings, or any social media. You may notify your family and your employer that you've been selected as a juror, and you may let them know your schedule, which will basically be from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day. But do not talk with anyone about the case, including your family and employer. You must not even talk with your fellow jurors about the case until I send you to deliberate. If you are asked or approached in any way about your jury service or anything about this case, you must respond that you have been ordered not to discuss the matter. And then please report the contact to the clerk or the bailiff, and they will notify me. Also, do not talk with the lawyers, parties, or witnesses about anything, not even to pass the time of day. I know that these restrictions affect activities that you consider to be normal and harmless and very important in your daily lives. However, these restrictions ensure that the parties have a fair trial based only on the evidence and not on outside information. Information from an outside source might be inaccurate or incomplete, or it might simply not apply to this case, and the parties would not have a chance to explain or contradict that information because they wouldn't know about it. That's why it is so important that you base your verdict only on the information that you receive in this courtroom. Courts used to sequester or isolate jurors to keep them away from information that might affect the fairness of the trial, but we seldom do that anymore. But this means that we must rely on your honor to obey these restrictions, especially during recesses when no one is watching. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of the proceedings, and the entire trial may need to start over. That is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and the taxpayers. Violations may also result in substantial penalties for the juror. If any of you have any difficulty whatsoever in following these instructions, please let me know now. If any of you becomes aware that one of your fellow jurors has done something that violates these instructions, you are obligated to report that as well. If anyone tries to contact you about the case, either directly or indirectly, or sends you any information about the case, please report this promptly as well. Notify the bailiff or the clerk, who will notify me. These restrictions must remain in effect throughout this trial. Once the trial is over, you may resume your normal activities. At that point, you will be free to read or research anything you wish. You will be able to speak or choose not to speak about the trial to anyone you wish. You may write, post, or tweet about the case if you choose to do so. The only limitation is that you must wait until after the verdict, when you have been discharged from your jury service. So, keep an open mind throughout the trial. The evidence that will form the basis of your verdict can be presented only one piece at a time, and it is only fair that you do not form an opinion until I send you to deliberate. Instruction 2, role of the judge, jury, and lawyers. All of us, the judge, the lawyers, and the jury, are officers of the court and have different roles during the trial. As the judge, I will supervise the trial, decide what evidence is admissible, and instruct you on the law. The lawyers will present evidence and try to persuade you to decide the case in one way or the other. As the jury, you must follow the law as you weigh the evidence and decide the factual issues. Factual issues relate to what did or did not happen in this case. Neither the lawyers nor I decide the case. That is your role. Do not be influenced by what you think our opinions might be. Make your decision based on the law given in my instructions and on the evidence presented in court. Instruction 3, nature of the case. In this case, Terry Sanderson and Gwyneth Paltrow were involved in a collision while both were skiing on the Bandana Ski Run at Deer Valley Ski Resort in Park City, Utah on February 26, 2016. Mr. Sanderson claims that Ms. Paltrow was negligent and that her negligence caused him harm, for which he claims damages. Ms. Paltrow denies that she was negligent, claims Terry Sanderson was negligent, and that his negligence caused her harm, for which she claims damages. Mr. Sanderson denies that he was negligent. Instruction 3.5, Deer Valley Resort dismissed. In this case, there was a claim against Deer Valley Resort, but the court has dismissed Deer Valley Resort from this case. Instruction 4, order of trial. The trial will proceed as follows. 1, the lawyers will make opening statements outlining what the case is about and what they think the evidence will show. 2, Mr. Sanderson will offer evidence first, followed by Ms. Paltrow. I may allow the parties to later offer more evidence. 3, throughout the trial and after the evidence has been fully presented, I will instruct you on the law. You must follow the law as I explain it to you, even if you do not agree with it. 4, the lawyers will then summarize and argue the case. They will share with you their views of the evidence, how it relates to the law, and how they think you should decide the case. 5, the final step is for you to go to the jury room and discuss the evidence and the instructions among yourselves until you reach a verdict. Instruction 5, sequence of instructions not significant. The order in which I give you the instructions has no significance. You must consider the instructions in their entirety, giving them all equal weight. I do not intend to emphasize any particular instruction, and neither should you. Instruction 6, jurors may not decide based on sympathy, passion, and prejudice. You must decide this case based on the facts and the law, without regard to sympathy, passion, or prejudice. You must not decide for or against anyone because you feel sorry for or angry at that person or anyone else. Instruction 7, no record of testimony. At the end of the trial, you must make your decision based on what you recall of the testimony. You will not have a transcript or recording of the witness's testimony. I urge you to pay close attention to the testimony as it is given. Instruction 8, note-taking. Feel free to take notes during the trial to help you remember the evidence, but do not let note-taking distract you. Your notes are not evidence, and they may be incomplete. You must leave your notes in the jury room at the end of each day, along with your copy of the jury instructions. The jury room is kept locked after hours. Instruction 9, multiple parties. There are 2 parties in this case, and each party is entitled to have its claims or defenses considered on their own merits. You must evaluate the evidence fairly and separately as to each party. Unless otherwise instructed, all instructions apply to both parties. Instruction 10, preponderance of the evidence. You may have heard that in a criminal case, proof must be beyond a reasonable doubt. But this is not a criminal case. In a civil case such as this one, a different level of proof applies. Proof by a preponderance of the evidence. When I tell you that a party has the burden of proof, or that a party must prove something by a preponderance of the evidence, I mean that the party must persuade you by the evidence that the fact is more likely to be true than not true. Another way of saying this is proof by the greater weight of evidence, however slight. Weighing the evidence does not mean counting the number of witnesses nor the amount of testimony. Rather, it means evaluating the persuasive character of the evidence. In weighing the evidence, you should consider all the evidence that applies to a fact, no matter which party presented it. The weight to be given to each piece of evidence is for you to decide. After weighing all of the evidence, if you decide that a fact is more likely true than not, then you must find that the fact has been proved. On the other hand, if you decide that the evidence regarding a fact is evenly balanced, then you must find that a fact has not been proved, and the party has therefore failed to meet its burden of proof to establish that fact. At the close of the trial, I will instruct you in more detail about the specific elements that must be proved. Instruction 11, evidence. Evidence is anything that tends to prove or disprove a disputed fact. It can be the testimony of a witness, or documents, or objects, or photographs, or certain qualified opinions, or any combination of these things. You must entirely disregard any evidence for which I sustain an objection, and any evidence that I order to be struck. Anything you may have seen or heard outside the courtroom is not evidence, and you must entirely disregard it. The lawyers might stipulate or agree to a fact, or I might take judicial notice of a fact. Otherwise, what I say and what the lawyers say is not evidence. You are to consider only the evidence in the case, but you are not expected to abandon your common sense. You are permitted to interpret the evidence in light of your experience. Instruction 12. Direct and circumstantial evidence. Facts may be proved by direct or circumstantial evidence. The law does not treat one type of evidence as better than the other. Direct evidence can prove a fact by itself. It usually comes from a witness who perceived firsthand the fact in question. For example, if a witness testified he looked outside and saw it was raining, or today it would be snowing, that would be direct evidence that it had rained or snowed. Circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence. It usually comes from a witness who perceived a set of related events, but not the fact in question. However, based on that testimony, someone could conclude that the fact in question had occurred. For example, if a witness testified that she looked outside and saw that the ground was wet and people were closing their umbrellas, that would be circumstantial evidence that it had rained. Instruction 13, believability of witnesses. In deciding this case, you will need to decide how believable each witness was. Use your judgment and common sense. Let me suggest a few things to think about as you weigh each witness's testimony. How good was the witness's opportunity to see, hear, or otherwise observe what the witness testified about? Does the witness have something to gain or lose from this case? Does the witness have any connection to the people involved in this case? Does the witness have any reason to lie or to slant the testimony? Was the witness's testimony consistent over time? If not, is there good reason for the inconsistency? If the witness was inconsistent, was it about something important or unimportant? How believable was the witness's testimony in light of other evidence presented at trial? How believable was the witness's testimony in light of human experience? Was there anything about the way the witness testified that made the testimony more or less believable? In deciding whether or not to believe a witness, you may also consider anything else you think is important. You do not have to believe everything that a witness said. You may believe part and disbelieve the rest. On the other hand, if you are convinced that a witness lied, you may disbelieve anything the witness said. In other words, you may believe all, part, or none of a witness's testimony. You may believe many witnesses against one, or one witness against many. In deciding whether a witness testified truthfully, remember that no one's memory is perfect. Anyone can make an honest mistake. Honest people may remember the same event differently. Instruction 14, depositions. A deposition is the sworn testimony of a witness that was given previously outside of court, with a lawyer for each party present and entitled to ask questions. Testimony provided in a deposition is evidence and may be read to you in court or may be seen on a video monitor. You should consider the deposition testimony the same way you would consider the testimony of a witness testifying in court. Instruction 15, objections and rulings on evidence and procedure. From time to time during the trial, I may have to make rulings on objections or motions made by the lawyers. Lawyers on each side of a case have a right to object when the other side offers evidence that the lawyer believes is not admissible. You should not think less of a lawyer or a party because the lawyer makes objections. You should not conclude from any ruling or comment that I make that I have any opinion about the merits of the case or that I favor one side or the other. And if a lawyer objects and I sustain the objection, you should disregard the question and any answer. During the trial, I may have to confer with the lawyers out of your hearing about questions of law or procedure. Sometimes you may be excused from the courtroom for that same reason. I will try to limit these interruptions as much as possible. Please be patient, even if the case may seem to go slowly. Instruction 16, statement of opinion. Under limited circumstances, I will allow a witness to express an opinion. Consider opinion testimony as you would any other evidence. Give it the weight you think it deserves. You may choose to rely on the opinion, but you are not required to do so. If you find that a witness informing an opinion has relied on a fact that has not been proved or has been disproved, you may consider that in determining the value of the witness's opinion. Instruction 17, charts and summaries as evidence. Charts and summaries that are received as evidence will be with you in the jury room when you deliberate. You should consider the information contained in them as you would any other evidence. Instruction 18, charts and summaries of evidence. Certain charts and summaries, sometimes referred to as demonstrative exhibits, will be shown to you to help explain the evidence. However, these charts and summaries are not themselves evidence, and you will not have them in the jury room when you deliberate. You may consider them to the extent that they correctly reflect the evidence. Instruction 19, out-of-state or out-of-town experts. You may not discount the opinions of an expert merely because of where he or she lives or practices. Instruction 20, conflicting testimony of experts. In resolving any conflict that may exist in the testimony of experts, you may compare and weigh the opinion of one against that of another. In doing this, you may consider the qualifications and credibility of each, as well as the reasons for each opinion and the facts on which the opinions are based. Instruction 21, questions from the jury not permitted. I want to give you an instruction regarding questions from the jury. The nature of a trial is that we take one witness at a time. No witness can tell the whole story. You may have questions from time to time that arise based on the testimony you've heard so far. Please be patient and wait to hear all the evidence. Sometimes the information you need to decide can only be presented by witnesses who may be called later in the trial. For that reason, you should not start forming opinions until after you've heard all the evidence. Also, the parties have spent many months exchanging information and obtaining it from third parties. They have been required to disclose to each other as they proceeded what proof they plan to present to you to prove their side of the case. In some cases, they have asked and obtained rulings from the court as to certain proof that may or may not be offered. When the evidence is fully presented, you will have all of the information necessary to make the decisions that you need to make. That may or may not mean that all of your questions are answered. Sometimes the rules of evidence prohibit the kind of additional information that you think might be helpful. Or sometimes the parties have chosen not to present that evidence. In any event, you must make your decision based on the evidence presented to you. You should not speculate as to what other evidence that might have been presented might have shown. So that concludes the opening instructions. Are the plaintiffs ready to begin their opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you want us to introduce ourselves first?
If you could, yeah.
I neglected to do that. If you could please introduce who's at your table and your client, please.
Good morning. My name is Robert Sykes. This is Lawrence Bueller. He and I are the co-lead counsel here. We also have Kristen Van Orman and Peter Sorensen. Altogether, we are honored to represent Terry Sanderson here at the end. Thank you.
And the defense.
Thank you. My name is Steve Owens. I'm here in town at a firm called, well, I should say Salt Lake City, at a firm called Epperson and Owens. This is James Egan, Noreen Aburama, Peter Jensen, and we're all here for Ms. Paltrow.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Bueller, you may begin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Try to decide which side is better. I might switch. Ladies and gentlemen, distracted skiers cause crashes. Defendant Gwyneth Paltrow knew that looking up the mountain and to the side.
Counsel, you need to use a mic.
Just
It's right here.
Testing. It was very faint on the...
Your Honor, while we're doing that, we should be clear that no witnesses at the trial are permitted in this courtroom. I'm not keeping track of everyone, but the exclusionary rule applies.
Exclusionary rule will apply, meaning that anyone who will be a witness in this case cannot sit in and listen to the case before they testify. So if there's anyone here that's a witness, you'll need to leave the courtroom now. Thank you. Did we get it operating? Okay.
We'll start again. Ladies and gentlemen.
Still can't hear.
Oh, well, let's try this. Is that better?
You can rotate the base of that microphone as well if you need to.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, distracted skiers cause crashes. Defendant Gwyneth Paltrow knew that looking up the mountain and to the side while skiing down the mountain was dangerous. And she knew that skiing that way, looking somewhere else, blindly skiing down a mountain by looking up and to the side was reckless. And she knew if she continued to ski that way, that it was not a matter of if, but when, by looking up and to the side, it was not a matter, she would crash into somebody below her, and someone would get seriously and permanently hurt. She knew what she was doing was dangerous. She knew it was reckless, and somebody would get hurt anyway. I think I just said that. But before we get into the details of this case, of how Gwyneth Paltrow's neglect, her choices, and her conscious disregard for other people on the mountain all combined together to cause Terry Sanderson to suffer 4 broken ribs and permanent brain damage, we first have to talk how skiers are supposed to ski down a mountain, what the rules of safety are, and the purpose for those rules, and what happens when skiers break those rules. That way we will all be on the same page, and we can get into the details of this case. Okay? All skiers know that when they are skiing down the mountain, it's their responsibility to pay attention, look downhill, and yield the right of way to the skiers below them. Because the skiers below them can't see behind them to control, as they turn left and right to control their speed, especially when there's multiple people on the mountain, it's the uphill skiers' responsibility to yield the right of way to those below. And it's never enough to say, well, so what if I crashed into someone that was below me on the mountain? That doesn't mean it's all my fault. Because especially on a beginner run, they know that skiers may be less experienced and that skiers below them trust that the ones coming behind are paying attention. That's what skiers do. Before they start down a hill, they take account of how many skiers are below them, what those skiers are doing, and they keep their eyes forward down the hill so they can yield the right of way. And even though it can be challenging sometimes when skiers do these things, they get to enjoy skiing, they get to practice their skiing, and most importantly, everyone gets to go home safe at the end of the day, and that's a good thing. But some skiers say, well, what's so wrong with looking up the mountain behind me and to the side while skiing down the hill? Just because a crash occurs on the mountain with somebody that was below me, that doesn't mean it's my fault. And some skiers say, well, what if the person below me on the mountain was changing directions quickly? Maybe it's their fault too. And finally they say, look, what's the big deal? You're not that hurt. And it's attitudes like this, behavior like this, and choices like these when crashes happen. And sometimes it's just a bump or a bruise. Sometimes it's a scare or a close call. But sometimes it's worse. Sometimes it's broken bones. Sometimes a concussion or permanent brain damage. And that's exactly what happened here. So let's get into the details of the case. Defendant Gwyneth Paltrow has skied since she was 3 years old and considers herself an intermediate skier. Miss Paltrow has skied about a half a dozen times at Deer Valley Ski Resort. She hires multiple ski instructors for her children, which allows them to skip the lines. The private instructors cost thousands of dollars per day. On the day of the collision, February 26, 2016, Miss Paltrow is skiing at Deer Valley with 9 people, including her 2 children, her future husband, Brad Falchuk, his 2 children, and 4 Deer Valley private ski instructors. Eric Christensen is one of those private ski instructors. He has worked for Miss Paltrow's family for a handful of ski vacations in past seasons. Eric Christensen knows the family well enough that one time he sent her son some pottery that he hand makes. A few minutes before noon, Miss Paltrow's group of 10 meet at the top of Bandana Ski Run to go to the bottom for lunch. Bandana is a green run about 3/4 of a mile long. Deer Valley grooms Bandana every ski day. Skiers have skied on it for 3 hours. The snow is packed. Although a green run, Bandana is steep enough for skiers to pick up speed unless they make turns. Slow signs are always at the top. I'm just going to show you a picture of that real quick. This is not the actual ski day or the event. This is just an example of what Bandana looks like. I'm going to get it. So this is the top of Bandana Ski Run. This is not the day of the crash, but it's near to the crash site. And as you can see, the top of the lift is where people get off and start to ski. And they come down, and the rest of Bandana goes down about another half mile or so. I just had one of Bob's fisherman's friends cough drops, and it's a little drier than I expected. Also at the top of Bandana is a meetup group of about 6 adults. A meetup group is a group that meets online to engage in activities like skiing, hiking, or bowling, or many other activities. Plaintiff Terry Sanderson is in this meetup group. 4 in the meetup group ski down. 4 of those in the meetup group ski down first. Then Sanderson skis down to the right. Craig Ramone is another person in the meetup group who skis about 35 feet behind Sanderson. Sanderson and Ramone know each other only through skiing in this meetup group. So they're not really close friends, but they know each other. And they've only done about a half a dozen of these meetup groups together. At the top of Bandana, Miss Paltrow, her 2 kids, and their 2 instructors are ready to go down to the bottom of Bandana for lunch. Before they ski, one of Miss Paltrow's children says, Mommy, watch us ski." Okay. The children and their 2 instructors ski to the left. The 2 instructors are Eric Christensen and Carrie Oakes. Miss Paltrow skis down to the right. She turns her head up to look at her children. As she turns her head back down, she screams, then skis back into the back of Terry Sanderson. She rides us back down. They hit the ground hard, and Miss Paltrow bounces off of Terry. The weight of both of them, their bodies, caused Mr. Sanderson's rib cage and his arm to smash into the ground, breaking 4 of his ribs. 2 of them completely. Sanderson's helmeted head hits the ground, causing a concussion as his brain strikes the inside of his skull. Sanderson is face down in the snow, unconscious. Skiing 35 feet above them, Craig Ramone is the only eyewitness to of the crash. Ramone skis down, and stops just next to them. He asks if they are okay. They say nothing. Ramon, again, is the only witness of this crash. Miss Paltrow is slow to get up. Her son's instructor, Eric Christensen, skis over from the left and stops above Sanderson and screams at Sanderson, who is not moving. "What did you do? What did you do?" Surprised by the crash and Christensen yelling at Sanderson, Ramon thinks, "Why is this Deer Valley guy screaming at Sanderson? He didn't cause this collision." Christensen doesn't let up, so Ramon steps between them. Christensen stops yelling at Sanderson. Sanderson is still not moving. They ask Sanderson if he is okay, but Sanderson only groans. Craig Ramon turns to Paltrow. "Are you okay?" He asks several times, "Are you okay?" She doesn't say a word, and she slides a few feet down the hill. Terry moves a little and groans, "My ribs." Paltrow turns away and bolts down the mountain to the bottom. Christensen turns to Ramon. "Do you realize your buddy just took out Gwyneth Paltrow?" Sanderson moves more, trying to get his skis around. Eric Christensen steps closer to Sanderson, picks him up by his hands, and stands him up. Snow is caked in Sanderson's goggles. Christensen turns his skis down the mountain and he bolts, skiing straight to the bottom, following Paltrow's group, leaving Sanderson and Ramon alone at the crash site. Sanderson is standing but hunched over, mumbling. And Ramon says, "Do you think you can ski?" "I think so." Sanderson tries but skis poorly. Ramon says, "Stop, you forgot how to ski." "Do you know your name?" "Terry." "Do you know where you are?" "I have no clue." Ramon says, "Let me get some help." And Ramon steps back and flags down a Deer Valley employee and says, "Can you get ski patrol here? This guy's been hit. He's hurt, and he's just out of it, disoriented." Within minutes, a Deer Valley ski patroller, Whitney Smith, arrives with a sled. Smith examines Sanderson, puts him in a sled, and takes him down to the first aid station at the bottom of Bandana. At the first aid station, Sanderson again is evaluated, and he still has some disorientation. His ribs hurt. Whitney Smith tells him, and the group of people in the meetup group that are with him, he needs to go to an Instacare in Park City. Terry goes to the Instacare with someone who drives him. He's not sure who it was. And at the Instacare, he's evaluated, but the Instacare says you need to go to an ER room. It appeared that his pain in his ribs might be broken, and he reported that he was unconscious. The next day, Terry goes into the VA emergency room. So what does the defense have to say about these things? First, they say, "That's not the way this happened. He hit me from behind. I know the witness Ramon says he heard me scream and look up and saw the crash. I never saw Sanderson before he hit me. Sanderson was the one who hit me. This wasn't my fault." They also say, the defense, "This is all Sanderson's fault. He's the one who can't remember the crash. My ski instructor, Eric Christensen, said he saw Sanderson above me making big turns and going really fast. This is Sanderson's fault." And they say, "Look, what's the big deal? He's 69 years old. Our doctors say he had some dementia and blindness in an eye and many other problems. Yeah, he broke some ribs, but those will heal. and 85% of people with brain injuries heal. What's the big deal? Oh, and look at his high test scores. He can't have a brain injury. And finally they say, so what if he had a head injury and 4 broken ribs on the day of the crash? 8 hours later, he wrote to his daughter, I'm famous. That shows he can't be injured. And this is just about celebrity of Miss Paltrow. Because of the defense's claims that nothing Miss Paltrow did caused this crash and his injuries, we, on behalf of Terry and his family, we contacted Dr. Richard Bain, a neurologist and biomedical engineer. He applies medicine and physics to understand traumatic brain injuries like this. Dr. Bain, the defense says nothing they did caused this crash and Terry Sanderson's injuries. Is that true? And Dr. Bain says, well, I don't know. Give me everything you've got, including medical records, scans, x-rays, reports, and so forth, and I want to examine him. Then I'll look at his case. But just so you know, you may not like what I say, but I'll tell you true. So we give Dr. Bain the x-rays, the tests, the reports, and Terry sees him for an exam. And after Dr. Bain has reviewed these things, we call him up. So Dr. Bain, what do you think? Bain says, no, actually, absolutely, she caused this crash. She hit him from behind, which means she was higher on the hill than him. Well, but how do you know? Well, he broke his 4 ribs when she hit his back, knocking him down to the ground, and she landed on top of him, just like Ramon, the witness, said. The only way for his broken ribs on the right side could fracture like this is if she hit him from behind and landed on top of him, pressing his right arm into his chest. That's really the only way to have broken 4 ribs like this, too severely broken. Well, Dr. Bain, the defense says he should have recovered from the concussion. Well, that makes no sense, because he still has symptoms more than 18 months after the crash. That means his brain injury is permanent. Well, Dr. Bain, will you be willing to come to court to testify to our jury so we can get this right? Because the defense says they are going to take this all the way to trial. I'd love to, but I'm busy that week. But I can give you my deposition. So last week, the parties took Dr. Bain's deposition. You, the jury, will see it this week. And just so you know, a deposition is an out-of-court sworn testimony where the lawyers on both sides testify or ask questions to a witness, and in this case, it was recorded. So what happened to Terry? Well, the day after the crash, he goes to the VA hospital. At the VA, they x-ray his ribs, and they say, yes, you've got 4 broken ribs, 2 of them broken completely. And then a few days later, they confirm Terry suffered a concussion in this ski crash. Over the next year, Terry is seen by various people at the VA, including speech therapists and other doctors, a psychiatrist, and he's trying to get better. Terry doesn't want to have a brain injury. Terry was a eye doctor in the Army for 3 years, a captain, and that's why he goes to the VA. But after a year, he's still got symptoms of a persistent brain injury. So I refer him to Dr. Alina Fong. She's a neuropsychologist in Utah County, and she treats thousands of people who suffer brain injuries that are persistent. And Dr. Fong treated Terry from about a year and 3 months after the crash to about a year and 6 months after the crash. Dr. Fong will testify in this case via video deposition because she couldn't be here for trial also. She has a conference in the Netherlands because she treats patients around the world and is a known treater of people with persistent post-concussive symptoms, which is basically a brain injury. So after this litigation began, after 2019, Terry went to see a neuropsychologist, Dr. Wendell Gibby of Utah, who has examined and scanned thousands of patients with injured brains. A neuroradiologist is a medical doctor who specializes in radiology, everything from x-rays to MRIs to CT scans, and his specialty is also in neuroradiology, examining the brain. But he also examined the chest x-rays that were taken at the VA. And we asked Dr. Gibby, how bad is it? Dr. Gibby says, it's bad. His brain is permanently injured. He has persistent post-concussive symptoms. Although we can treat him, he will certainly have problems with his brain function the rest of his life. Well, Dr. Gibby, the defense says Terry's problems are pre-existing and his brain problems were there before the crash. Well, that's what they always say about permanent brain injuries. Terry suffered a significant concussive brain injury in this ski crash. The injury is permanent. In other words, Terry will have problems with his brain the rest of his life. Well, doctor, the defense says he has pre-existing brain issues such as NPH when he had the brain scan in 2009, 7 years before the crash. NPH is normal pressure hydrocephalus. Basically, it's when your brain has too much fluid in the canals of the brain or the ventricles, and it builds up and it presses on your brain. It may actually make you more susceptible to problems from a concussion. But many people go their whole life without any symptoms, and they never know they have NPH unless they get a brain scan. Well, the evidence will show that Terry Sanderson had no symptoms of NPH prior to the ski crash. Dr. Gibby says because Terry was asymptomatic or had no symptoms before the crash, the brain injury he suffered in the ski crash is the cause of his current problems, not NPH. Well, the defense is 3 medical doctors. The defense has hired 3 MDs and 2 PhD neuropsychologists say, well, the NPH is causing his problems. And Dr. Gibby says, well, I'm not sure what they're thinking, but this ski crash caused Terry's current problems. Further, like Dr. Bain, Dr. Gibby thinks it's highly unlikely that Mr. Sanderson hit Ms. Paltrow. The way he sustained the injuries to his ribs is more likely than not caused by Ms. Paltrow landing on his back when Terry Sanderson hit the ground when she rode his back after the ski crash. Then we talked to Dr. Sam Goldstein, a neuropsychologist who has a clinic in Salt Lake City who treats patients with brain injuries. He's been treating people like this for decades. We asked Dr. Goldstein, what can you say about Terry's injuries? The defense says it's more likely dementia or NPH or other problems. Well, Dr. Goldstein says, well, it's permanent and significant, this injury he had when Ms. Paltrow hit him, because his family and friends and the people he knows before and after the crash report that he had very few problems before the crash, but after the crash, he has very significant problems. because of that, we know, and because it's lasted for years, more than a year and a half, and now it's been lasted for 7 years, we know he has persistent post-concussive symptoms. Goldstein says, yes, most people recover, but in a situation like this, where Miss Paltrow denies she caused his injuries, it's like his frustration digs into his frontal lobes, so to speak, and his problems are permanent. Yes, he can alleviate them with treatment and medication, but he will have problems all his life. And these problems didn't exist before the crash. They came after the crash. And there is objective data that his ability to cope with life is diminished. Well, these doctors, Dr. Bain, Fong, Gibby, and Goldstein, you'll hear testimony from, 2 of them by videotape. And most doctors like them say that some of the most important pieces of evidence for understanding brain injuries are these before and after witnesses. Again, these are people who knew Terry before and after the crash. You, the jury, will hear testimony from some of them, like his 2 daughters, and either today or tomorrow you'll also hear from Carlene Davidson, the girlfriend Terry had at the time of the crash. They'd been together about a year and a half, and they spent a lot of time together. Miss Davidson spent maybe 3 out of 4 weeks with Terry Sanderson in Salt Lake City. They traveled the world together. Carlene Davidson knew Terry really well, and she'll report on what happened after Terry, or after the crash to Terry. A couple of things I'd like to discuss with you. The media has not been accurate. No Deer Valley ski employee saw the ski crash. Now, some employees saw. Some people saw the crash.
I am going to object to referencing outside media.
Sustained, that's not going to come into
Okay.
case.
Some people, the Deer Valley employees, did not see the ski crash. The Deer Valley employees saw some things before the crash and some things after the crash. Craig Ramone is the only eyewitness who actually saw the crash. And you're going to hear from him later today. He'll be the first witness. Now, after this crash, well, before this crash, Terry was a charming, outgoing, gregarious person. He volunteered for many things. He was a retired eye doctor. He had moved from southern Idaho to Salt Lake City about 10 years ago. He was living a full life, traveling the world, doing everything possible to enjoy his life and guard his health. He did not want a brain injury. He did everything possible he could to fix his brain injury. But after the crash, he's no longer charming. The before and after witnesses will show you this. We asked Terry to step out during this part because I didn't want to rub his nose in his own problems. And during other parts of testimony from his daughters and some of the other before and after witnesses, Terry won't be in the courtroom. At the end of this trial, the evidence will have clearly and convincingly established that the value, not the cost, but the value of the damages done to Terry Sanderson is $3,276,000. We look forward to showing you all of the evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Bueller. Mr. Owens?
We have a short break.
Can we have a 5-minute break? And I do want to address one thing with the court.
Okay. Why don't we take a short recess between the lawyers' opening statements? So thank you.
I want to renew the instruction number 45 to the defense. This court has found that there's insufficient evidence to assert a hit and run. They didn't use the words hit and run, but they said she bolted. And this jury is under the misimpression that is an issue in this case. It's not an issue. That was ruled on summary judgment. All that remains is a negligence claim. One can't be negligent for bolting from the scene of an accident. That's an intentional conduct. So I ask for that instruction right now, even.
Your Honor, the first witness, those are his exact words. And he's testified that in front of, and it's been provided to defense counsel before the litigation, during the litigation, in a deposition. His deposition lasted 6 hours, and the defense interrogated him on this, and he never changed his testimony, and that's his testimony. Now, they can quibble with the testimony and dispute the testimony, but I did not use the word hit and run. Eric Christensen came up. People asked, "Are you okay?" The evidence is will show that what I said in the opening is accurate per the only eyewitness, Craig Ramon.
Obviously, the concern is that there may be an implication that it goes to duty, and as long as you're not making an implication that she had a duty to do something different, the testimony of the witnesses is what the testimony of the witnesses is. You can ask your questions, you can point things out, you can make your arguments, but my ruling on the instruction 45 will stand. Thank you. Short 5-minute break. Are we ready for the jury? Mr. Owens, you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Owens?
Members of the jury, thank you for being here, partly against your will. It's a beautiful thing, the law. When people are in big disputes, our system, both our U.S. Constitution and our state constitution, allows these disputes to be done openly, publicly, and by a jury of one's peers. And I think it's a beautiful thing. It's slow. A lot of people complain about lawyers, but no one gets hurt in terms of, we don't burn people's houses down, we don't do acts of violence. And oddly enough, if a trial is done right, even the losing party feels that they were heard and understood, and that they feel some sense of peace So if you can't tell, this is a big deal to the parties, and it's really special that you were chosen. You should feel complimented, and perhaps one day you'll tell your children and grandchildren, I was selected for a jury, and it was an honor to serve, and I helped my community by trying to figure out a difficult problem that the parties have. And so I thank you for that. Even in Greece, ancient Greece, they used to resolve problems like this. Big disputes, bring in some criminal, some are civil. That essentially means, can someone go to jail for it? That's criminal. Is someone asking for money? That's civil. So this is a civil claim. And they would gather the people and listen to the dispute. So this is a very historic tradition. The burden of proof is one of your statements here from the judge, and I just want to comment on it. Burden of proof is a weighing of evidence. So I put before you Lady Justice. If you're ever in Salt Lake, go to the Salt Lake City County building and look up, and it's this statute, although this is not the exact statute of her. But you've seen this around, and I've done another one for you here that I like to keep in my office. All right, so what's important about this? She's blindfolded. So one of the judge's instructions for you was no sympathy, passion, or prejudice. You're not to award anyone anything because you feel sorry for them. This is important because over the next 2 weeks, we're going to hear a lot about Terry Sanderson's mental and physical health, both before the ski collision and after the ski collision. And you're going to feel sorrow for him. But we're not here, I can feel sorrow too, but that's not why you're here. You're here to figure out if someone negligently crashed into someone or if no one did. And I think the law will permit you to decide that no one was at fault. Unlike a car accident or something, a ski collision is different. There are inherent risks of skiing. I know when I get on the top of the tram at Snowbird, and it's a gusty day like today, and I say, if I don't do this right, I could kill myself. I mean, it's a breathtaking, wonderful, exhilarating, but also a little dangerous, isn't it? That we're strapping on pieces of wood or fiberglass on our boots, and we're going down a very snowy, icy hill. So, that happens. Maybe some of you have been hit. I've been hit skiing. It was disorienting. It was unhappy. I was unhappy, to say the least. But I did recognize it as an inherent risk. I mean, okay, let me move on that. So the blindfold is, I'm not going to do this because I feel sorry for someone. Then the scales. Mr. Sanderson has brought the claim. As a result, he has to tip the scale. Okay? The tie means plaintiff does not win. Tie goes to the defendant. So they have to tip. That's who brought the claim. That's the weighing. And then you see the sword. Now, the sword can be, I'm seeking justice, so I'm proactively fighting it, and sometimes Lady Justice is actually seen with a shield. Let me suggest that that sword is being used to defend a meritless claim, a false allegation, really kind of an offensive one, that she somehow left him an unconscious man and bolted, and it's I can tell you, we believe it to be utter BS.
Objection, Your Honor. Argument. He's supposed to present what he's going to show, not argue it.
We believe it to be. It's fair. It's fair, isn't it?
Oh, sustained. It is bordering on argument, counsel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He's suing for $3 million. Okay. I'll tell you what. I'm going to hit damages later. I want to hit the merits of the case first. So the burden of proof, I wanted to emphasize, and then instruction 11 says, don't abandon your common sense. So this can look, you're going to hear from brain experts and a lot of people to talk about this. But don't abandon your common sense. That's very important. I also want to just reference to you that you should pay attention more to the records before someone's thinking lawsuit than the records after someone's thinking lawsuit.
Objection, argument, Your Honor. This is an open statement. This is argument.
Sustained.
You're going to see a lot of records about what was going on before and during, and then after. Some of the records before indicate that Terry Sanders had brain issues before. In fact, there was a prior MRI. Now, let me hit the accident, because I'd be silly to address other issues. Let me explain what was happening. And can you find that second picture? Ms. Paltrow has sentimental feelings about skiing. Her dad, who left this life too early, took her skiing as a kid at Alta. She grew up learning to ski, and those are very sentimental trips. In fact, after her dad died in his 50s, she didn't ski for a long time because it was an emotional thing for her. That is Miss Paltrow. That is Gwyneth on the right. That is her son, Moses, on the left, on the very day of this ski accident. All right, so they're going up, and this was also, so it was a sentimental issue because she had started getting back into skiing, and she did it because she wanted her kids to learn like she had. Another thing, she had a boyfriend at the time who's now her husband, and he has kids the exact same age as Gwyneth's daughter and son. Oddly, the daughter is the same age as the daughter and the son as the son. And this was really their first trip to sort of have a mixed, see if this might work. So it was a special time, and it was a lovely day. So some ski events, we worry about, is the sun in someone's eyes? No one's saying that. Is it a snowy day? No. It was a nice day. How about, was it slick run? No. It was a nice groomed run. How about, was it really complex hill? No. It wasn't the bunny hill, but Bandana, who maybe some of you know, I mean, it's a green hill. And so none of those factors kind of come into play. Moderately busy. And she's skiing, again, with a group. So her group is she, Brad, now her husband, who you're going to hear from, her daughter, Apple, who you're going to hear from, Moses, who you're going to hear from, and then some Deer Valley people. Now, these weren't her people. These were Deer Valley instructors. I could have hired Eric Christiansen that day, just as Gwyneth did. And then Brad has 2 kids, and they had ski instructors. So that was their group. It was kind of a loose group, but nonetheless, they went to the top. They met at the top of Bandana with the plan. This was about 11 a.m. We're going to go down and have lunch. I think it's the Empire Lodge, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so we're going to all kind of ski down. Gwyneth is a conservative skier. She always skis on the far right. So if it's like a highway, fast people go on the left. I don't know if it's the same, but she's far right, and then kind of small curves. And she's generally watching her kids, but she's not specifically watching them because they have their instructors. She's skiing, enjoying herself, and she hears, suddenly she sees two skis appear between her skis. And a man comes up right behind her. Now, they're not going fast. That's kind of the odd thing here. He comes up almost body to body like this and starts groaning. She doesn't know what's going on. What's going on? Am I being assaulted? She's moving forward, and then she's like, they begin falling to the right, and she's feeling freaked out, I think is a fair statement. And he hits down, apparently his side and his head, and she is essentially falling on him. But keep in mind, his skis are intertwined now with hers. Her first reaction is get away from this. And so she's trying to get away. What has just happened? Now, she only has to think about this for a few seconds to realize, okay, I'm not being assaulted. But this fellow, she had a more colorful word, has just run into me. And she said, "What are you doing?" Or words to that effect. And he's like, words to the effect, "I didn't see you." And then there's a question, well, who ran into who? And he says, you ran into me? And Gwyneth's like, no, you ran square right into me. And he said, "I'm sorry." He doesn't deny saying, "I'm sorry." He doesn't remember it, but he doesn't dispute it. Now, she's still ticked off. In fact, much has been said about the so-called only eyewitness. So you're going to hear from him this afternoon. I don't have to give you commentary on him. But he will say he heard and turned. He heard and turned. That's what the Deer Valley guy says. Eric Christiansen, one of the instructors, said he heard and turned and then saw. So I'll comment just a minute more on Mr. Ramon in just a minute. You'll hear about him. Back to Gwyneth's story. She's backed up. She's safe. Eric's on the scene. He's helping people get their skis off. And he's trying to figure out what happened. Now, Eric, backing up, they started at the hill. This is at the very beginning of the hill, by the way. It's not halfway down. It's not 3/4 down. It's the first quarter down. He's trying to figure out what happened. But he had seen Gwyneth go down. Then Terry, who was cutting across the whole thing. If I'm misstating it, we're going to have to defer to their testimony when they testify, but I'm trying to give you a big picture. He's making a much wider turning, and guess what? He's blind in one eye and has decreasing vision in his left eye. He has hearing aids. He's had heart, stroke, many other medical conditions. Just weeks earlier, he had told his doctor, "I'm feeling old suddenly." And Terry's story, by the way, is that he's coming across and he sees a struggling younger woman, not younger, a struggling female skier. And he wants to be really clear to stay away from her. So he's actually turning his head to clear the beginner skier. And what happens? He comes right upon Gwyneth. He back turns with his better eye, and suddenly she's there. So the Deer Valley report. Do you mind? By the way, Deer Valley is not a party to this lawsuit. The court dismissed Deer Valley. So Gwyneth's not Deer Valley. Deer Valley stands on its own.
Objection to argument, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Deer Valley stands on its own, and I don't know if they're going to assert like there's some massive cover-up or what, but
Objection, argument.
Sustained.
okay, back one, I think, James. By the way, I think the goal is to give everyone a little better access with these little screens, but it hasn't worked out today. So Eric Christiansen, remember, he hears and he turns and he goes directly over there. He's there within seconds. And he's seen what happened. And what does he say? Can you blow up the first half? Chief complaint, male skier took her out from behind. He's putting this together, and then let's do the bottom thing, and then we won't focus on exhibits anymore really today on this. But first thing male skier said, does that say said? I can't read it. Anyone?
Stated.
Stated was that she appeared right in front of him, thus admitting that he was the uphill skier. She never saw him because he came in from behind. That was the evaluation from the Deer Valley skier, from the Deer Valley instructor. Interestingly, Eric Christiansen, the ski instructor, is trying to figure out, all right, what's the first question, by the way? Everyone okay? Everyone okay? Now, they were both, any collision, you take a body blow, it takes a little while to gather your senses, recognize, okay, I'm safe, okay. But his answer was he was okay. And he was on his feet. This took minutes. Gwyneth was not happy still. Moses, who you're going to meet, he's now 16, but he was a 9-year-old at the time, was with his instructor. His instructor started to come over. Moses came over, and he saw his mom, and he was worried. He hadn't seen his mom. First of all, she's on the ground, and she's yelling at this guy. She might have said something like, "What the F word?" And I think she might have said the F word. We're going to figure that out. And she's mad. And he said, "I haven't seen my mom like that." And he was sort of personally a little upset. All right. And then, okay, everyone's okay? Everyone's okay. And Eric Christiansen, the ski instructor, said, a ski patrol person, who's different than the instructor, a ski patrol person came by and said, "Everyone okay?" And he said, Mr. Sanderson and Craig Ramon, who you're going to meet this afternoon, talked to each other and said, "We're okay." And they said, "We're okay," and the ski patrol left. All right, now everyone's okay. And then I think Eric Christiansen, okay, Gwyneth, you can go. Join your family. By the way, your family's waiting for her at the bottom. Brad, interestingly, had heard it and looked up and saw his wife on the ground and had come back up, and she had skied down to be with him, not to leave. By the way, you'll never hear the words hit and run in this whole trial. This was not a hit and run. The plaintiffs even had a ski expert evaluate it, and he said it's not a hit and run. So take that out of your mind. All right, so, all right, now what's going on? Okay, everyone's good to go. everyone went. Terry, right before he left, apparently, Eric Christiansen said, your buddy just took out Gwyneth Paltrow. They didn't even, no one knew who she was. By the way, she had a helmet and goggles and everything. Guess who who denied that? Craig Ramon. Their so-called first skier has a whole different crazy story. That
Objection, argument, Your Honor.
that is our
Overruled?
then I reassert my crazy comment. All right, so I'll continue the story. Everyone's good to go. Good to go. Okay, then they now hear she's Gwyneth Paltrow, and they're like, okay, well let's ski down. So they ski down a ways further, and Terry, I shouldn't call him Terry, Mr. Sanderson, does not feel good. He feels confused, he says. So you'll hear them like, well, let's get a ski patrol person now. We had previously waved one off, but now we've changed our mind. We need ski patrol. Toboggan person comes named Whitney, and she pulls up, and the first thing Whitney says is, "What happened?" And Mr. Sanderson says, "I don't know. I'm not sure." He did not say, "I was just hit." Interestingly, Craig Ramon, the friend, did not correct that statement. So Craig Ramon, by the way, never once told Eric Christiansen she hit him. Didn't say one word about it. Didn't say we need help. Part of this crazy story is he says Mr. Sanderson was out cold for 2 minutes, unconscious. Now, do you know how long it is to look at a person who might be like dead or dying for 2 minutes and not do one thing? He didn't do anything. It's not true. Everyone on the scene was saying absolutely. If he was out, it was for seconds, not 2 minutes. Christiansen's going to just ignore someone who's out cold. He's saying, "I'm okay." He's on his feet. He's declining ski patrol. Very different story than someone who's out cold. I said, "Did you start CPR, like where you check his breathing and stuff?" No, I didn't do any of it. You'll see there are a lot of ridiculous things, I think, about it.
Objection, Your Honor, an argument.
Sustained?
Gwyneth didn't have a helmet. He says Gwyneth didn't have a helmet or a face mask or a goggles on her. She had those things. She doesn't go around skiing. She's safe conscious, and she's probably a little celebrity conscious about, like, I don't do that. So anyway, we'll address that this afternoon more, but let me continue the story. So he's on the toboggan. Now, Whitney, this toboggan person's pretty smart. She goes, "Hey, I want you to remember, I'm going to tell you a few things, and I want you to remember them. And they're unique things. We'll get into it later." And at the bottom of the hill, she's checking them, and he remembers all of them. In fact, he's a poster. So he posts a very happy, smiling picture of the toboggan person and a very articulate comment repeating, like, she went to Michigan, she won this ski thing, very detailed, and he posts it. Okay, well, that's nice, but it's not something you do if you've just suffered a major traumatic brain injury. All right, so articulate, everything. At the bottom, he's talking, he's conversing. This isn't like garbled, crazy talk where you think head injury is important. So, by the way, he takes a picture, so he likes to take pictures and post things on Facebook and everything, of Ramon and one of the women he was skiing with, and they're all smiles. Like you'd post, you wouldn't know, like this is taken by someone who just suffered a major head collision or something. And boom, it's posted. Okay, great. This is good because we're getting real life things from him and his own fingers in his own head. Then he goes to an Instacare person. The Instacare person says, no signs of confusion. Okay, that's a big issue, right? If we're worrying about... by the way, there's a nurse on your panel, but I take it from our experts that you'll hear that if you hit your head and you say, I have confusion, essentially you are diagnosed. I mean, you have a concussion. I mean, so maybe it's more than that. I might be simplifying it, and forgive me if I am, because nothing I'm saying is evidence, but I'm trying to give you the story. So the guy there is like, okay, I can't rule out problems, so you should get a CT. A CT is imaging of the brain, and he ends up going to the VA hospital the next day. The CT, it's interesting. So he had a stroke-like event and lost his right eye, like 6 years earlier. So we have imaging of his brain 6 years earlier, and guess what? There are defects in that new CT, but guess what? They were there before. They were there before, and guess what? Their experts didn't do. Go back and look to see if the problems in his current imaging is present on his 6-year-old CT of the brain. It's kind of crazy. They're interviewing him. He's telling them things, but no one's actually trying to go back and sort of say, look, is his brain different? Okay, you were going to hear from some daughters. By the way, it was reference to 2 daughters. He has 3 daughters. He's on the outs with that daughter. She paints a not that great story about him before the ski accident. Why do we dig into this? No one wants to dig into this. But if a 75-year-old man says, I don't think as well as I used to, my brain doesn't work as well as I used to, I forget things, we have to, which is why we're all here, we have to go back and look at these things. If he says my relationships were harmed by Gwyneth, we have to go back, it's kind of a deep dive, and say, what were your relationships like before this? And it's not pleasant. I mean, like, half of the trial is going to be on this kind of stuff, because if someone says, I have a severe $3 million brain injury caused by you, we have no, I have a lawyer obligation to represent my client and say, what's true? And I'm telling you, he does have confusion. He does have strained relationships. He does forget some things. But guess what? It's a normal aging and his pre-existing problems coming forward and progressing. Back to the story. So Instacare, they say, go get a CT tomorrow. And then he posts, and let's put that up. So he's a poster, okay, big on Facebook. So there are lots of pictures of him, which helps us. It helps us understand him. What does he post to his daughters? I'm famous. He doesn't post I'm hurt. He doesn't post googly gawk. Is that the right word? Confusing stuff. Could you highlight the bottom half? I'm famous. This is at 8 p.m. The accident had occurred just before lunch. So 8 hours later, he's home. And then he said, here's what happened. From my friend and eyewitness, this Craig. And he posts it. He posts it. Wouldn't you be interested to know what this post was in real time? This video or photo, it's apparently video.
Objection, argument.
Your Honor, that's just trying to explain the evidence here.
So you've got evidence, this is evidence that will come in,
That it's not there.
okay? Overruled as to that.
Wouldn't we all like to know? I apologize. Were it okay?
Yes.
Wouldn't we like to know what this was?
Objection, argument, Your Honor. This is argument.
Sustained.
It's nowhere to be found. We're in a courtroom 7 years later trying to figure out what happened. It was right there. Nowhere to be found. And then, can you do the top half? This is his daughter. I can't believe this is all on GoPro. I can't believe this is all on GoPro. Where's the GoPro? Do we want it? We want it. It's nowhere to be found. I'm glad you're okay. He's telling his daughters, I'm okay. All right. We're trying to put together a lot of facts. You're going to hear, I don't know, like 20 people are going to come in, half of them medical people, and try to figure this out. It'll be interesting. I think after this trial, you'll go, that was cool, actually. You learned a lot, and you are given to our community. But about half of the information you're going to hear, if you find that Gwyneth did not cause the accident, you can disregard all the damages talk. So we're going to hear a week of evidence on Terry's brain, Mr. Sanderson's brain. But if you find no negligence by Ms. Paltrow, then you can disregard all that.
Your Honor, I object. This is a classic argument.
Sustained.
$1 bill. Gwyneth was hurt by Mr. Sanderson's negligence. When he came up behind her, paralleled her, and went. She says she has a prior knee problem. She was worried about it. She separated from him with help. Then boyfriend came up, and she is upset. She has anyone sustaining a blow is upset. She's sore. She never went to a doctor, but for this, by the way. But it rattled her, and it physically hurt her. When they were dismissed, they went down to the bottom of the hill. And who was waiting for her? Her daughter, Apple, now 18, then 8, I think. No. 11. Sorry, I got that mixed up. So, and Apple's like, what took you so long? And she said, some a-hole just ran into me. I think she used the real word. All right, why is this important? She didn't say, I just ran into someone. She was mad, and over lunch she was mad. And then after lunch, she said, that guy kind of hurt me. And I'm not going to ski the rest of the day. There's even a text from Gwyneth's own phone to Eric Christiansen, and they're like, Moses wants to know if you're coming. I'm going to go in. That guy kind of hurt me. And she went in. And she lost her full day pass that she had paid for, and she only got to ski half a day. In addition, she had paid for her instructor, who now was diverted from teaching her son Moses to take care of this collision issue. And so we ask you for $1. Now this is a lot to go through for $1, but it's an actual dollar, because she had come with her family to enjoy a family
Objection.
vacation.
No, this is again an argument. This is classic argument.
These are facts.
This is closing argument.
Overruled as to the comments that are being made right now, those are facts?
Yeah, and let's keep the interruptions to a minimum, would we?
Well, don't argue then.
Well, counsel,
Thank
go
you.
ahead. I mean, the objections have been valid, some of them.
So she came for a family vacation. Half the afternoon was kind of ruined. And so that $1 is important to us. It's important to my client. Let me hit a few other things. You've been very patient. I think I said, it's hard to unpack someone, a 75-year-old, who says, I don't think as well as I used to. Heaven help me if my daughters were called to the stand and they say, hey, let's talk about all your dad's mental quirks and problems and his physical health and his deterioration as he ages. I wouldn't want to be present for that. It would be hard. And yet, we're here because Mr. Sanderson is making that allegation, and so we have to do it. So I don't want to look like I'm beating up on a kindly old man, but keep in mind we have to do this because they have said Gwyneth owes me $3 million. I mean, we have to address that. So I kind of apologize in advance. Mr. Sanderson threw a press conference, and he said, Gwyneth...
Objection, Your Honor. This is irrelevant.
This is factual.
It's also argument.
This is factual.
Sustained. There hasn't been... Would you please approach?
Sanderson said, 3 years later, she came out of the jungle like King Kong, screaming. When asked in real time by Gwyneth, he said, I apologize. I'm sorry. When asked by the ski instructor, he said, she appeared right in front of me. And when asked by the toboggan person, he said, I don't remember. I don't know. Or I'm not sure. Mr. Sanderson said, his memories of this case get better over the years. That's all I'm going to say about that. That's not how memory works. One more comment on damages. plaintiffs, he was a vet. We salute him for that. He went to the VA, and he went at 1 month, he went at 1 year. And I guess 1 year and 2 months, and 1 year at 3 months. Okay, so 3 different assessments, neuropsych assessments. This is where a smart person is trying to figure out, and he is saying, I'm more confused since the ski accident. And they're doing testing on him. These are not hired experts, like many of the people you're going to hear. These are his VA people, and he's complaining, and they're doing assessments on him. And what does he do? Above average, above average, above average, above average, above average. A year and 2 months. High IQ, high verbal comprehension, high perceptive reasoning. Working memory is average. Processing speed, average. Overall cognitive ability, intact. 1 year and 3 months later, goes to someone else. These are 3 different people. 3 different people. He's alert. His affect is appropriate. His speech is normal. His thought process is logical, linear, and goal-oriented. All good. His perception, no disturbance. Attention, concentration within normal limits. Recent memory within normal limits. Remote memory within normal limits. All normal or above normal. These are not the hired people. Let me just say that. Back to Lady Justice, please. I am finishing up. Plaintiff said, if these are my notes in his opening, she was dangerous and reckless. She's skiing with her 9-year-old son, who's a beginner, just so you know. Dangerous and reckless. You decide. We need your help. The community...
Objection, Your Honor. This is argument again.
Sustained?
Thank you.
Watch me ski. There was a comment, somehow she was distracted. Gwyneth doesn't remember that. The kids don't remember that. But if I guess someone says, hey, look at me, but these aren't like 3-year-olds at a swimming pool. And she is focused. She is not distracted. She got taken out from behind. I mean, that's what happened. And that's enough on that. His posts. So again, we can curse public media or social media, but it does do one thing well, doesn't it? It's like sort of documents people. And he's a poster. So guess what? He went on traveling all over the world after this. After this. Like 10 trips. All over the world. And we'll talk about that. I'm not even talking about the domestic trips, which he did those too. But I'm talking about big, long international trips. He does yoga, he swims, he stays fit. His life is not a disaster.
Your Honor, I object. This argument again.
Overruled?
Our experts, you will hear from them, and I won't go through name by name. two are Eastfold and Askenazi. These are smart people who are trying to put everything together and are just saying, so he's aging, he has prior problems, and he's now obsessed, essentially, with this lawsuit. I mean, I think the best thing, after this is over, this will be a good thing, win or lose, I think.
Objection, Your Honor. That's our argument.
Sustained.
They will say that. Our experts.
Objection, Your Honor.
Our experts will say that. Is that objectionable?
No.
You've been very kind. I'm going to end here with Lady Justice. So the blindfold you get, we're not going to feel sorry for him. We're not going to make our decision on that. The weighing of evidence, they have to have more evidence than not. And the sword, we are defending a false allegation, and we need your help. And
Your Honor,
thank you so
this
much
is
for
our
doing
argument.
it.
Should be sustained.
I'm done, and
Overruled just a little latitude there.
that's about 10 overruled objections during my closing, which I think is inappropriate, Your Honor.
Why don't we approach the bench, please? Okay, we're going to take our noon recess at this time. I've been informed that lunch will be available for the jurors. Just to let you know, the parties have agreed to split the cost of lunches so that you don't have to try to travel out to go find lunch. You're certainly welcome to go if you'd like, but lunch will be provided for you, and we'll reconvene at 1 p.m. Thank you. Anything for the court? Counsel? Okay, we'll see you at 1 p.m. Thank you. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. We're ready for our first witness, Mr. Sykes?
We are.
And who would that be?
Craig Ramon.
Mr. Ramon, if you could come forward, please. And walk right over here, sir, and be sworn in as a witness.
Right here. All right. Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
And then right around over here, sir.
Kind of adjust that to get comfortable, okay? Please state your full name and your home address.
Craig James Ramon,
And how old are you, sir?
58,
Okay. Where did you go to high school?
Cottonwood High School,
And that's in Salt Lake City or Salt Lake County?
Salt Lake.
Okay. And tell us about your work background.
Well, when I was 18, I went to work for a glass company called Natco Glass. Worked there for about a year and a half, and then from there I quit, and then I went to work at Central Glass,
Okay.
and for about a year and a half.
That's in Salt Lake City,
Yes,
downtown, okay.
and then from there I started my own glass company,
What was it called?
Craig's Glass.
Okay.
And I started that about 21 years old, and then I bought some commercial property when I was about 24, and I built a commercial building, and then when I moved into the commercial building, I ended up changing the name to A1 National Glass.
About what year was that, roughly?
That I built the building.
Yeah, but well, I moved in as A1.
Would have been
Approximately.
87.
Okay. And were you the owner, sole owner?
Yes.
Okay. And just so the jury understands the basic background, what kind of glass did A1 do?
Auto glass.
So auto glass, that was their specialty.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And how long did you work with A1? 87 until about what year?
2013.
Okay. What happened then?
I basically sold out and retired.
Okay. And so when you sold out and retired, you were 50,
I was 48.
48. Okay. Do you need to work now?
No,
So you don't work now.
no.
Okay. What do you do now during the
The wintertime I like to ski,
Okay.
and then in the summertime I like to travel and scuba dive.
Travel and scuba dive.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in skiing, just so that you get an idea of your ski ability, what year did you start skiing?
I started when I
Or
was
what
about-
age, I should say?
I started when I was about 5 years old.
Okay. And by the time you finished high school, what level were you?
An expert. I actually at skiing.
Yeah.
I was an expert. I actually competed in freestyle.
Freestyle.
Yeah.
Was your objective to go to the Olympics at some point?
Yeah, the Olympics were starting to come around at that time, and I wanted to shoot for the Olympics,
Okay.
but that never happened.
All right. So, some may be skiers, some not. There's beginner, obviously. Intermediate would be number 2. Advanced
Yes.
and expert.
Yes.
And you're in the expert.
Yes.
Okay. Roughly in the last, say, 4 or 5 years, how many days did you ski per year during those years?
The most I've skied was 154, and
In 1 year, one ski season.
one ski season.
Okay.
And this year I'm about 70.
Okay. And there's still snow up there, right?
There's a lot of snow.
All right. Now, travel. Tell the jury some of the places you've traveled.
South Africa, Papua New Guinea, Sydney, Australia, Bangkok, Phuket, Thailand, Maldives in the Indian Ocean, Palau, Galapagos Islands, Quito, Ecuador, the Amazon rainforest, Costa Rica, Cocos Islands, the Cancun, Cozumel, Bahamas.
You're making me jealous now. Okay, so quite a few places.
Yes.
And how often have you been scuba diving on those trips?
Most of them are scuba diving, and
Okay.
yeah. But what I like to do is a lot of times I like to go to.
Background.
Some background is appropriate.
Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
And so, could you repeat that?
You know, let's see.
Oh,
Trying to remember.
so a lot of times what I like to do is, like for instance, I went to Bangkok and then from there I went over to Phuket to scuba dive.
Okay.
So they're both in.
So sometimes you would combine an overseas trip with scuba diving.
Yeah. The only time I ever went on a trip that wasn't associated with scuba diving was South Africa, and that was an African safari.
Tell the jury, if you would, how you know Terry Sanderson.
My girlfriend at the time, Terry Sanderson, he started a meetup group at Alta, and so.
Stop a second. There may be some that don't know what a meetup group. Tell them what a meetup group.
Okay, meetup group. It's a meetup group. It's meetup.com, and you can. Somebody can, like for instance, Terry. He started a group there, and then you can sign up for this group. Anybody can sign up for say skiing or pottery or hiking, and then if somebody wants to go skiing one day, they'll say, for instance, we're going to be at Alta at 9 o'clock at this lift, and then anybody can go, and so anybody can go. There's been people from out of the state that'll be in town for the weekend, and they'll actually go and go to these meetup groups.
So
Yes.
was this ski meetup group one that Terry started?
Yes.
Okay. How many times did you ski with Terry before the ski crash, which was February 26, 2016?
About 6.
6 times.
Yes.
Okay. How would you, excuse me, characterize him in terms of friendship?
He's an acquaintance.
Okay. Is he a good friend?
No.
Okay. Do you do a lot of things with him?
No.
Okay. Before the day of the ski crash, had you done anything with him other than 6 meetup groups?
No.
Okay. Now, I assume that you saw him skiing on each of those prior times, right?
Yes.
Tell the jury what kind of skier Terry Sanderson was, please.
He was an advanced to expert, I'd say. He's
Advanced?
advanced to expert. He'd skied one run with me. That it was an expert run. We were with in a meetup group, and there was one guy that was really a good skier. We broke away from the group because they were going to go to lunch, and we went up by the Supreme lift at Alta, and this guy wanted to go down this really steep run, and it was a really narrow, and there's trees on both sides, and it's really narrow and steep and long, and this guy wanted to go down, so he went down, and then I was right behind him, I went down, and then Terry was right behind me, and then we skied down to the bottom, and he cut the guy that went down first, he stopped, and then I was right behind him, and Terry was right behind me. I didn't see him skiing, but he was on my tail.
All right. And so, there may be some non-skiers here, like I said. Typically, how do beginners ski?
They ski, they snow plow, and then they'll go back and forth across the ski run.
Kind of the whole run sometimes, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Did Terry do any of that when you watched him?
No.
Okay. Have you ever seen Terry, aside from the day of the crash, collide with anyone?
No.
Have you ever seen him bump into anything like at lunch or something like that?
No.
Did you ever hear him complain he can't see?
No.
Okay. Now, did you ever ski with Terry after the ski collision of February 26th?
Yes, I skied with him 2 times the next ski season up at Alta.
So that would be the 16-17 ski season then, right?
Yes.
The December to April, let's say.
Yeah.
All right, okay. Tell the jury how he skied then.
He was having a hard time. He just he was snow plowing, and he went he went up was kind of skiing with a girl named Robin, and she skier, and he was snow plowing, having a hard time getting down the hill, and he kept asking me and Robin, what am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? And he just, he says, am I planting my poles right? And he just didn't have it, and he just he didn't have it at all. He wasn't the same skier as he was the previous year.
Okay. Do you know what the rules of the road are for skiing?
Yeah, the first thing is ski under control.
So, Your Honor, he's not designated as a ski expert.
I'm talking about just as a skier. He has to know that.
Yeah,
Just a second. I'm going to overrule it as to this witness's personal knowledge as a skier and not as an expert
Absolutely.
in the rules of the road for skiing.
Okay. Ski under control.
yes.
Okay, what's another rule of the road?
The downhill skier has the right of way.
That sometimes said yield to the downhill skier? Yield?
Yes.
Okay. Because downhill skiers don't have eyes in the back of their head, do they?
No.
Can't see you coming.
No.
Okay, what's another rule of the road?
You never leave an accident. If 2 people collide, you never leave. You wait until you make sure everybody's okay, and then you actually give in contact information to each other.
Exchange information.
Yes.
Let's go forward. I apologize for my cough. I'm getting over a cold, I think so, anyway. Let's dive into the bandana run on February 26, 2016. Okay? Do you have a good memory of that day?
Yes.
Okay. And in your meetup group that day, how many were there roughly?
6.
Okay. And who was your ski companion that day?
Pardon me?
Who was your ski companion that day?
Joanne.
Okay. And did you, when you rode up the lifts, did you ride together or separately?
We usually rode together, but sometimes separately. Because there was the lifts. They carry 4 people, and we had 6 people.
Okay. Describe for the jury the kind of day it was, please.
It was a sunny day.
Okay.
It was,
It was a Friday, wasn't it?
yes.
Okay. And how was the traffic that day, ski traffic?
There was quite a few people. It was a busy day.
Okay. Did you go in the same chair, or can you remember if you went in the same chair with Terry before the bandana run?
I don't remember if I went in the same chair.
Okay, that day, was there anything that Terry showed you or demonstrated that showed that he was impaired in any way that day?
No.
Okay. Was he bumping into anything?
No.
Was he falling over?
No.
Any other ski problems that day?
No.
Now, to the point where there was a collision, okay, how far down from the top of the lift were you, roughly?
Well, the collision happened probably, I'm guessing, maybe 200-300 yards down from the top of the lift.
Okay. And how far away were you when you noticed there was a collision from Terry?
Probably about 35-40 feet.
Okay, now, just to show, if I may, Your Honor, not everybody's a good judge of distance. Okay. I'm going to hand you a construction, what do you call this, Pete? Tape measure, there you go. I'm going to let you hold this, and I want you to tell the jury when I get out here how far away this door is back here. door here,
That's 43 feet.
43 feet. May the record reflect that I was at the inner door, not the outer door. Okay.
So noted.
And we're measuring from the witness chair. Now, Mr. Ramon, see where I was standing with that door back there?
Yes.
And you had the end that showed the measurement, right?
Yes.
43 feet?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the jury if that's about the distance it was away from the point of impact.
Yes, that's about right.
At any time that you saw Terry that day, was he doing anything other than parallel skiing?
No.
All right. Tell the jury, if you would, what you saw and heard that day at approximately 11:45 a.m. on February 26, 2016. Tell them what you saw.
Well, we were skiing down the bend, down the run, and then I heard this yell, this scream, and then I looked over, and then about maybe 1 or 2 seconds, and then I heard the scream, and then I see this skier just slam into the back of Terry, and she just slammed him.
How hard?
Very hard. Very hard. And so Terry, she hits him right directly in the back. And so then his skis are like, when you're skiing like this. His skis actually, the tips go out like this, and he falls face down. So he's kind of spread eagle, and he goes face down, and Gwyneth's on the top of him, and they go down like this. And then Gwyneth hits him and then bounces off and slides to the right about 5 or 10 feet.
Now, at the time, you didn't know it was Gwyneth, did you?
No.
Found that out later.
Yes.
So the skier that hit him from behind hit him hard.
Yes.
And Terry goes down. Does he stop abruptly?
Yes.
Okay. And how loud was the scream?
It was loud.
How much time elapsed between the time you heard the scream and saw the collision?
About a second or two.
Okay. Now, I'd like to ask you to tell the jury, and by the way, describe, excuse me for the cough, describe what happened to the two bodies after you saw the collision, briefly.
So the two bodies. So Terry stops, and then Gwyneth kind of slides down about 5 or 10.
On top of him or the side or what?
No, she bounced off the top of him, and then she slid down to the right side, and she slid down about 5 or 10 feet. And so here's basically downhill Terry's here, and Gwyneth's right here.
What did you do?
I skied down, and then I went on to the left side of Terry.
Were you uphill or downhill from Terry?
I was uphill.
Uphill?
Well, I was down.
bit?
I was uphill, but then when I stopped, I was downhill. I was about equal with Gwyneth, and so Terry was when Terry went down, Gwyneth slid to the down 5 or 10 feet, and I came to the other side, and then I skied down I was about down about 5 or 10 feet, and so Gwyneth and I were basically, when she got up, we were facing each other.
How far away?
I would probably say maybe 10 feet.
Okay. Now, how long did it take you to get over there to the scene?
Oh, just a second or two.
Okay. All right. And aside from Gwyneth, we now know it was Gwyneth, didn't know at the time, and Terry, was there anybody else at the scene when you arrived? Anybody else at all?
No.
Okay. What did you do when you got to the scene? Tell the jury.
Well, when I got there, I just was asking Terry, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" And Terry, he wasn't moving. His face was actually in the snow, and his arms were out like this, and I mean his helmet's stuck kind of in the snow. And so I'm asking him, and then Gwyneth gets up, and then I'm asking her, "Are you okay?" And then from there.
Let me stop you there for a second. From there, at that time, did Gwyneth Paltrow, we now know it was her, say anything at all, utter any words at all to you?
No, I asked her if she was okay, and she just looked at me, and then I asked her again.
Now, she's standing up or down on the ground?
She was standing up. She got up pretty quick.
Did she talk to anyone else
No,
who came over?
no,
The entire time she was there, 4 minutes or so, whatever it was.
never said a
Did she say anything, any words come out of her mouth?
no.
What did Terry say, if anything?
He wasn't talking. I mean, he didn't even start moving for probably a couple of minutes.
Was he unresponsive or was he responsive?
No, he was unresponsive.
Okay. Now, a few seconds after you got there, did someone else arrive, and who?
Yeah, it's Eric. He showed up.
Eric Christensen.
Yes.
Spelled Christiansen, but he says Christensen, right?
I'm not sure.
You don't know. Okay. Now, did Mr. Christensen ever introduce himself to you?
No.
You didn't know his name.
No.
Tell the jury how he was dressed.
He had a green Deer Valley coat on, so he was an employee.
Tell the jury, then, what happened over the next 30 to 45 seconds. Tell the jury.
Well, he came up, and he came up to the left of me, and then he starts yelling at Terry, and he's like, "What'd you do? What did you do?" And Terry's not moving. He's just not. He's not moving. His face down, and he keeps saying, "What did you do?" And so it got. And he was yelling when he came down, but then it just kept getting worse and worse. It kept getting higher and higher, and it's like, "What did you do?" And so I was
Now, before you go any further,
okay.
describe for the jury the level of hostility that you observed from a green-jacketed Eric Christensen toward Terry on the ground.
He was very hostile.
Describe it.
He was just yelling, and he was yelling to the point where I was thinking, I didn't say anything, but I was thinking to myself, man, you need to mellow out here. And so I got to the point where I was tired of it. I was concerned about Terry. Terry's not moving, and so then I ended up. He was down a little bit lower than I was, so I just moved a few feet in front of him. So he was looking, so be yelling right at me, and then when I did that, he stopped yelling at him.
Did the level of hostility concern you as a person?
Yes.
Explain why.
Well, Terry was out. I mean, he was, and I was concerned about, if Terry was, what was wrong with Terry, and I just was, I didn't know how bad he was hurt. I didn't, and when he was yelling, I was just, it just made me just, I didn't know what to think. I didn't know, just the way he was yelling. But I was very concerned about Terry.
But when you stayed in between them, he calmed down.
Yes, he stopped talking totally.
Okay. Tell us what else Christensen said in that sequence.
So that's direct hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustained?
Okay. Did you at some point did you learn the name of the skier that hit Terry?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you learn that name?
Well, she ended up taking off and going down, and then she went down, and then she
How far?
From where she was standing, she probably went down about 15, 20 feet.
Okay.
And
Stop.
And she came around and stopped, and then Eric said Gwyneth Paltrow just took out your buddy, And
I'm sorry, he said what?
he said, Gwyneth Paltrow just took out your buddy.
Oh, your buddy took out Gwyneth Paltrow? What do you
No,
what did Christensen
Your
say?
Honor, let's make sure the witness is testifying and not the lawyer.
I'll rephrase.
What's the question?
Yeah, and I'm talking about a res gestae event here. What did you hear at that scene at that time in this excited condition? What did you hear and from whom?
Well, he told me that Gwyneth Paltrow.
This is res gestae, Judge.
Overruled?
Thank you.
Yeah, Eric told me that Gwyneth Paltrow took out Terry.
Gwyneth Paltrow took out Terry.
Yes.
Okay. Was he accusing Terry of taking out Gwyneth Paltrow too?
No.
Okay. All right. At this time and before Miss Paltrow left the scene, okay, did she offer her name?
No.
Okay. Did she offer any contact information?
No.
Did she offer any identifying information?
No.
Did she ask if Terry was okay?
No.
Did she ask if Terry was hurt?
No.
Did she ask if anyone needed any kind of help?
No.
Did she ask if she could leave the scene?
No.
Okay. Now, you said she skied down a little bit. Tell the jury what happened then. After she skied down the hill 20 feet or so, like you said, what happened then?
Yeah. So that's that. So she stopped, and then that's when I backed up, and I backed up, and that's when I backed up and was going to go down and check on her, and then she just bolts and just takes off. And
Where did she go?
She just went straight down, and then there was just went straight down, and there was a guy and a kid that was, I believe, was with Gwyneth, and they actually stopped about 20-25 feet above us on Terry's right side, so they were basically above Gwyneth about 20-25 feet.
Okay.
And so she takes off, and then the kid actually comes down, and then he goes on the right side of Terry, and then the guy, he came on the left side of Terry, and he skied right next to me, and he's looking at me, just goes real slow, and he's looking me in the eye.
The adult or the kid?
The adult.
Oh, okay.
The adult comes by and gives me and just is giving me this really dirty look, and I was like, oh, I don't know, why you give me a dirty look? And he just slowly just skied by me, and then they both took off right after Gwyneth.
Did the mountain host, Mr. Christensen, ever tell you that he saw what happened? He saw the impact. Did he ever tell you that?
No, I asked him, but no, he did not.
Let me show you Exhibit 3.
Before you put that out, is there an agreement to admit Exhibit 3?
Let's get it out.
These are all...
I mean, you can hand it to the witness, but not show it to the jury until it gets admitted.
Okay. Well, let me pull it out. This is the one showed to the jury during opening statement by Mr. Owens.
If that was the one. It's the one you showed during opening statement, Mr. Owens? The report?
Sure, of course.
Okay. Is that Defense Exhibit 3, Mr. Sykes?
I believe so.
Okay, Defense Exhibit 3 is received.
Well, it's Plaintiff's Exhibit 3.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 3 is
He might have had a
received.
different number, but it's the same exhibit. Okay, now, I don't know... can I have my pointer? I use my pen as a pointer. I don't know if you can read this. It's a little hard to read. You want to step down here and take a look at it? Do you mind if I bend this forward? stand up there. See that date over there, 2:26?
Yes.
You see the time?
Yes.
Is that about the right time?
Yeah.
Left
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Okay. Describe how the accident occurred. Can you read that? Or do I read it for you?
Yeah. Just can you read it for? Can you read it for me?
Okay.
What do you expect? Question?
That should work. Shouldn't it? Okay. I don't know if you can. What does that say?
Can you
I didn't
hear
see
Mr.
it.
Sykes? Can you hear him?
Check down here.
No.
Did you witness the accident? What does he say right here?
No.
Okay. Go ahead and receive the receipt. Did he tell you orally that he didn't see it too?
Yes.
Okay. Now, look at this. I'll ask you. I'm going to read this to you because it's kind of hard to read. Under additional comments, first thing, male Ski stated was that she appeared I can't read that. She appeared. Can anybody read that? The word here? Right, there you go. Thank you. You're right. Okay, I'll read that again. Excuse me. Okay. First thing male Ski stated was that she appeared right in front of her. Now, stop right there for a minute. The male skier is Terry Sanderson, right?
Okay. Yeah. No skier. Yes.
Did you ever hear?
So I think this has been misread. If we're going to read it, let's read it correctly.
Well, I think you can bring that out in cross-examination. Go ahead, Mr. Sykes.
I'll read it again. First thing male skier stated was that she appeared right in front of him. Okay? Now, I think I'm reading that correctly. Question for you, Mr. Ramon. Did the male skier, i.e. Terry Sanderson, ever say anything like is reported here?
No.
Okay? And then he says, thus admitting that he was the uphill skier. See that? Did Terry Sanderson ever say he was the uphill skier?
No, he did not. He never said that.
Who was the uphill skier from what you saw?
Gwyneth was.
Okay. She never saw him because he came in from behind. Is that an accurate statement?
No.
I think that goes to the credibility of the statement.
I think it's okay as a preface in his question.
No. Some have claimed that Miss Paltrow was at the scene for 8 minutes. What is your recollection of how long she was there?
She was there for probably 3 or 4 minutes.
Okay. How long was the mountain host there?
Probably about 7, 8 minutes.
Okay. Now let me ask you about Mr. Christensen, and ask you if any of these things happened. Did Mr. Christensen ever ask either you or Terry your names?
No.
Did he offer any contact information for Gwyneth Paltrow?
No.
Did he ask for your contact information?
No.
Did he ask if Terry Sanderson was okay?
No.
Did he ask if Terry Sanderson was hurt?
No.
Did he ask if anybody needed help?
No.
Did he offer assistance?
No.
Did he offer to call ski patrol?
No.
Okay? Now, let me ask you, did he ask if it was okay for Ms. Paltrow to leave the scene without giving her contact information?
No.
Now, there was a mention in the opening statement, you weren't in the courtroom, but I represent to you that Mr. Owens said that another Deer Valley person came by during the whole sequence. Now, did another Deer Valley person come by while you were there?
No, I never saw him.
Okay. Now, what happened after the screaming was over? What did people do? Not Ms. Paltrow, but Christensen and Terry.
Well, so Terry finally started to move, and then his skis are out like this, and his face is down, and so he needed to kind of get his skis back, and so he ended up lifting his right ski up, I believe, and then moving it to the other side so his skis would be parallel. And if I would have been thinking straight, I would have taken his skis off for him, but I didn't, and I just wasn't thinking. Just wasn't thinking, and so then he gets his skis, so his head's his face downhill, but his skis are still up, or his face is downhill and his skis are uphill, and so then he slowly is just trying to move around and get his skis so they're downhill, so that way, you know, he can get up.
Okay. Now, did Terry Sanderson, was he described for the jury at this point in time, when you're, what you just describe Terry's mentation, that's a bad word, describe Terry's conduct and speech?
Well, when he finally started to kind of move around a little bit, he was still out of it, and he started to the first thing he started to talk about was he just says my ribs. He was just complaining about his ribs, and that's pretty much all he was saying.
Was he able to have a conversation, really?
No, he couldn't even talk.
Did he apologize to Ms. Paltrow like has been represented?
No.
Okay. Did Terry Sanderson tell Eric Christensen that Terry Sanderson, was okay?
Could you repeat that?
Well, did Terry Sanderson say he was okay?
Terry Sanderson never said anything.
Okay. What other things can you describe about Terry's condition at that moment during that sequence? Anything else?
He just looked just totally out of it. He just looked like phased. He looked like he was in a lot of pain.
Was he making any sense?
No.
How about his mental status, mental acuity?
He was just out of it. He was just out of it.
Now, at some point, did Mr. Christensen leave the scene?
Yes.
Okay. Now, tell the jury, excuse me, what happened then? Mr. Christensen's gone, he skis off. What happens then?
Well, before he left, Eric pulled Terry up, and then once Terry was on his feet,
How did he pull him up?
he went. Terry's skis were downhill, and so he went and he put his skis next to Terry's, and so his skis couldn't slide. And then he grabbed his hand and yanked him up. And then once he was on his feet, then Eric just took off. He bolted too.
Did Mr. Christensen do anything to make sure there wasn't a back injury or a neck injury before he grabbed his hands and pulled him up?
No.
Okay, so you're standing there on the hill, bandana, alone with Terry Sanderson, correct?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened then.
Well, so we're standing there, and I'm talking to Terry, and he's still out of it. And I'm at that point, I stopped asking him if he's okay because he just wasn't okay. And so then I figured, just let's just get down the hill. I didn't say that to him. I'm just thinking, it's an easy run. Let's just get down to the bottom of the hill, and we'll deal with it then. And so then we start going down the hill, and he's really having a hard time going down the hill. And I mean, he's snow plowing, and he's bent over, and he looks like he's in a lot of pain, and he's just bent over with he's snow plowing, and so we get down, and I'm talking to Terry, and I'm like, "Are you okay?" And he's saying nothing, and so we go around this bend, and then I'm like, "Terry, let's stop." And so he ends up pulling over to the right side, and then I came next to him, and I was like, "Terry," I didn't say Terry. I said, "Do you know your name?" And he goes, "Terry," and I'm like, "This isn't good."
How long did it take to get the name out?
I'd try to say 4 or 5 seconds.
Okay.
And so then I said, "Do you know where you are?" And he just shook his head and just like, "No." And so then at that point, we were on the right side of the run. A Deer Valley employee, the same color, red or green coat, was on the other side. And so I waved my ski pole, and the guy came over, and I told him, I asked him, "Do you have a cell phone?" And I said, because he's got a head injury.
You use that word?
Yes.
Why?
He just was out of it, and he just didn't know his name, didn't know where he was at.
So he didn't know he was at Deer Valley.
No.
Okay. Continue.
And so then he gets on the phone or radio or whatever he had, and then he calls the ski patrol, and then the ski patrol comes down. The ski patrol came pretty quick. They were there within probably a couple minutes.
So describe how they arrived and who was there and what they looked like.
It was just one ski patrol came down, and it was a female, and she brought a toboggan down.
Toboggan.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I assume most people know what that is, but just in case, describe it. What's a toboggan?
A toboggan, it's like a sled, and it's just a sled that people can get in, and then they have handles where somebody that's hurt can land in it, and then the ski patrol can take them down to the bottom.
Okay. Do you know if that person's name was Whitney Smith? Do you know that one way or the other?
I heard that later.
Later? Okay. Whitney Smith. Okay. Now, describe Terry's emotional state at this point when she shows up and talks to him for a few minutes. What did he look like? What did he appear to be like?
Well, he looked like he was in a daze, and he looked fearful. And then when the ski patrol came, it really made him. It really frightened him, and I think because he didn't know what was going on, and then all of a sudden the ski patrol comes down with the toboggan, and he's just frightened.
Your Honor, there's several speculation comments there where Terry's going to testify himself. He's right.
Yeah, just a second. As to relevance or first-hand knowledge, it's overruled.
Go ahead. Describe Terry. Do you look like a child, like an adult, or what? What do you look like?
Yeah, and so he just looked frightened. So the ski patrol came up, and so 3 of us. It was me, Terry, and the ski patrol. And the ski patrol is trying to talk to Terry, and I'm trying to talk to the ski patrol, and Terry's looking at me like a small child that's just frightened, and he's looking at me like help me, and I just at that point the ski patrol knew he had a head injury, and so I just figured, you know what, I just got to get away from here. And so at that point, I ended up going up the next to the Deer Valley employee, because the Deer Valley employee was waving people off his bend, and so I went up, and it was right next to next to the employee, and so there was two of us that were kind of blocking skiers from coming around. And then so she gets Terry in the toboggan, and then takes Terry down.
Okay, now skip ahead. Did you ski behind them, or what did you do?
Well, after the ski patrol came, I ended up calling Kurt, and he's the guy who was in charge of this meetup group. And I told them what had happened, and so because they were down already, and so they went and jumped and got on the ski lift and went up, and so they when the ski patrol went down, and then the mountain host, he thanked me, he says, thanks, and then he went down, and I saw Terry's friend come flying by me. And so I knew that Joanne would be right behind, because Joanne's not that fast of a skier, and so I just waited.
Joanne Mattis, M-A-T-T-E-S.
Yes, Joanne Mattis. And so I waited for her, and then she came down, and I explained to her what had happened, and then after that we slowly skied down to the bottom of the hill.
Did you end up at the first aid station?
Yes.
Okay, tell the jury what happened at the first aid station at the Empire Lodge at Deer Valley that day.
Yeah, so we ended up going down there, and everybody was down there, and Terry was talking to a nurse, I believe it was a nurse, and Joanne and I just kind of stood there, and then Kurt, he wanted me to go up the hill with him and go skiing, and I just didn't really want to go. And so then about a half an hour, 20 to 30 minutes went by, and there was really nothing I can do. And Terry was talking to the nurse and whatnot, and so I actually ended up going up and did a couple runs with Kurt and the other guy that was in the group, and then I came back down to check on Terry. And then Kurt and the other guy ended up going back up and going skiing.
Now, before you left, I see you didn't want to get in the way. Tell the jury your observations of Terry's condition before you left.
He still wasn't coherent. He was when I left, he was pretty much still just talking to they were just checking Terry out and evaluating him.
Yeah. Did you hear the word concussion mentioned?
Later on, the nurse told me they thought that I was going to be taken.
Okay. What was, in your opinion, Terry? What was he making any pain complaints? And if so, describe those to the jury.
Yes, he was. He was still complaining about his ribs.
Okay. Multiple times?
Oh, yeah, he was from the very beginning.
Mm-hmm. Was he fully coherent?
No.
Okay. What were the plans made to get Terry home?
Well, the lady that he was skiing with, she was going to go down to get the vehicle. And to get to the vehicle, it's on the other side of the resort, and it takes a little while to get there because you have to go up a couple lifts, and so she was gone for quite a while, and then the nurse, she thought that I was actually probably going to go and take Terry down, and the nurse actually told me, she says if he starts throwing up, take him directly to the ER because he's got a concussion.
Okay. Now, you then let Terry's friend take him home, right?
Well, I believe later that Terry's friend, I believe, well, Terry said that everything was okay and that he had everything taken care of.
Okay.
And so then,
as far as getting home?
Yes, and so
That's
yes.
Your Honor. No right comments.
Sustained?
Okay. What was the context of okay? What was the context where he said everything's okay?
Yeah. He said, because we were talking about taking him down.
Yeah.
And then they said that everything was handled, and so he was.
Okay.
They didn't need me to take him down.
Now, let me just skip ahead. After February 26, 2016, okay, when's the next time you actually saw Terry face to face?
That summer, it was probably 6 months later. I'm just guessing June, July. We went down to the Cotton Bottom.
Is that like a club, a beer joint? What is that?
Yeah, it's just a beer place, and they're known for their garlic burgers.
Garlic burgers.
Yes.
Okay. Heavy on the garlic or light on the garlic?
Pardon me?
Heavy on the garlic or light on the garlic?
Vampires won't get around you if you.
Keep the vampires away. All right. And so, how long were you there with him?
Oh, probably maybe an hour or two.
Okay. And did you have another chance to have a lunch with him, a garlic burger with him?
Yes.
Okay. And when was that?
That was probably a couple weeks later, because Joanne really likes Terry, and we used to go down to the Cotton Bottom and get garlic burgers. And when she found out that I went down there with him, she had her feelings were kind of hurt, and so we ended up going down. So the three of us went down.
Okay. Do you know Terry well enough to tell the jury what changes might have occurred in Terry after that accident?
I don't know him well enough.
Okay. You didn't know her, right?
No, and in these meetup groups, you'll have a bunch of people that are just there, and so they're there to ski, and they do chat, like going up the lift and stuff like that. But I've only met Terry once one-on-one. All the other times were in the ski meetup group.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. You know that? Oh, you have something? Two questions. When you were at the hill that day, before the impact, were you in any kind of a trough or a dip on the hill where you couldn't see the impact?
No.
Okay. Now, that report that we saw here on the screen a few minutes ago, that wasn't filled out by you, was it?
No.
It was filled out by Eric Christensen?
I guess, yes.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Owens?
I'll be a while. Do we want a break, or do you want to?
Why don't we take a short restroom break, take about 5-10 minutes.
Thank you, Coach.
All rise for the jury.
About 10 minutes.
She's County Third District Court is now back in session.
Ready for the jury?
Sure. It's very
No. We do that.
Or just the AC go up.
That would be better.
It's this shoulder season between winter and summer that's the most difficult to manage in this building.
The sheriff's open all the doors. Just let the cold air in. Thank you.
Thank
Would
you.
Let them know that we're have permission to do this.
Will do. We're ready for the jury. Why don't you go ahead and come on up here and take your seat so we can be ready? Thank you. You're welcome to take your jacket off too if you're warm.
I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there any, am I allowed to pivot this slightly?
No. I think there might.
I
You think what? It may pinch cords and then we get back to it for this work.
No, a couple of weeks ago, I was told absolutely not. You wires up. I thought it was, you, there's something that said, Bridget.
Can I move for admission of 102, defense 102? Or do we need to do this when the jury's present?
I'll just make reference to the fact that it's admitted.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Owens, you may proceed, but before we do that, just for the record, Defense Exhibit 102 is received.
And you were going to mention Coach.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Sykes. Due to the temperature in here, the lawyers have asked for permission, and I've granted it so that they don't have to wear their jackets. So if things look a little informal or we're loosening our top button, that's why. Thank you. The jury can, absolutely. If you need to take take off a jacket or loosen a collar, looks like you look fairly comfortable already. But if you need to, please feel free.
Mr. Ramon, Steve Owens, we've met before, correct?
Yes.
In fact, I took a long deposition of you and a long statement several years ago. True?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah. Yes.
It encompassed about 300 pages of transcript. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you once, in that deposition, say that Eric Christensen told you that Gwyneth took Terry out?
No.
Did you say that today?
No. What I meant to say, I get dyslexic when I get nervous. No, he said that your buddy just took out Gwyneth.
All right. I was a little confused by some of the questioning. Okay, so Christensen always said your buddy took out Gwyneth Paltrow, right?
Yes.
All right. Did you correct him?
No.
Wouldn't that be the perfect time to say, you are incorrect, sir?
I wasn't. He was yelling, and I didn't want to get into an argument with him.
You had.
Your Honor, may he finish his answer, please?
Did you finish?
Yeah, I didn't want to have a conversation with him.
So there's the Deer Valley representative, true?
Yes.
And he's told you what he believes happened, true?
Yes.
And you didn't say a word?
No.
But 7 years later, you're saying it now, right?
Saying what?
That Gwyneth took out your buddy, not the other way around.
No, but he didn't. No, Gwyneth, Terry. What Eric said was your buddy took out Gwyneth. That's what he said. I never said that Terry took out Gwyneth.
But you chose not to correct him.
No.
Okay, and now let's turn to Defense 87,
Move to admit.
Any objection?
What is it? Just give us a
Yes. I did give you this binder yesterday, but it's the picture.
Is that one right?
Yeah. Left.
Okay, no objection.
Defense Exhibit 87 is received.
And Peter, are you keeping notes so we can make sure where everything is admitted? Thank you. Oh, you know what? I didn't address this yet. James, do you mind if I do that? Oh, I messed you up.
Go back to one.
I forgot to address that. Did you record for Terry a little video of you explaining to Terry what had happened?
Yeah, Lawrence,
Same day. I'm talking
The same.
same day.
the same day as which day?
Same day as the collision.
No, there was no video.
Did you see that Terry, I should keep saying Mr. Sanderson, so I mean no disrespect to Mr. Sanderson. Mr. Sanderson recorded something from his friend and eyewitness and sent it to his daughters. This is Defense 102. Do you know what he's talking about there?
I have no idea.
You were his friend that was there and claimed to be an eyewitness, true?
Yes.
You're the only one.
Yes. I don't know. I believe so.
There wasn't another, I should say, you were the only friend there in terms of prior knowledge of Terry Sanderson, true?
Of prior knowledge.
At the collision site. I mean, Gwyneth didn't know him, Christensen didn't know him,
No.
Moses didn't know him, right?
Yes, I was the only one that knew him.
So something Terry Sanderson sent to his daughters said, "I'm famous." And just so you know, we do have an expert, a defense binder for the witness, and maybe you could track that down. This is kind of, can you crank your neck and see what I'm talking about here? Are you able to read it from there? Okay.
Your Honor, I object to the question. Your Honor said there's no foundation for him to comment on what Terry said or didn't say or sent or didn't say. There's no foundation for this. Go ahead.
Yeah. Overruled. I'd like to hear the question.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
So 102, this is so you don't have to crank your neck. Do you know whether Terry Sanderson sent to his daughters something from you?
Objection.
No.
Foundation. Judge.
Overruled? Do you know, sir?
Can you repeat that one more time?
Yes, I'm seeing if you know anything about this document.
No, I don't know anything about any videos.
Here's what happened from my friend and eyewitness, and then something. You don't know what that is.
No, I have no idea.
And let's go to the top of Defense 102. Now, his daughter responds something to the effect of, "I can't believe this is all on GoPro." Do you know what that's referencing?
I have no idea.
You've never seen a GoPro, have you?
I know what a GoPro is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Of this exact case, of this
No.
collision. All right. Let's now go to Defense 87, which is the photograph.
Which has been received.
So in that binder, Mr. Ramon, if you go, do you see the little stickers? There's one called D87. Unless you can personally see this yourself. May I assist you?
You may.
So I'm going by these stickers. And you go up a little. Okay. Is this you?
Yes, it is.
And who's that?
That's Joanne.
And that's at the first aid station at the bottom of the hill?
I'm guessing. I'm not sure.
All right, I think it was Terry that produced this, so we can ask him. Does that look like you skiing that day?
Yes.
All right, if Mr. Sanderson himself says, I took this picture, do you dispute it?
No, I kind of remember that photo.
You were all smiles there, it looks like. True?
Yeah, but I don't know when that photo was taken.
And so I'm assuming I'm going to represent to you, and it's an admitted exhibit that it was at the first aid station. So let
No foundation.
well, it's a stipulated exhibit, is it not?
Yes, it's admitted, but not where it is.
Well, we'll wait till Mr. Christensen, Mr. Sanderson testifies then. Okay. Do you dispute that this was taken at the bottom of the first aid station?
I don't know where it was taken.
Was she one of your skier friends that day?
Yes.
And I take it you felt comfortable enough leaving Terry that you could go complete your ski day, right? You went.
No, when we left him,
Did you do more runs?
We went back to the truck. But Joanne actually did not want to ski after that, and so we just went back to the truck. We actually had to go up a couple lifts to get back to the truck because we were on the other side.
I see. Okay, let's start way back for a minute. Do you remember some questions about someone gave us the idea that Ms. Paltrow, from the time of the collision until the time that she left, was about 8 minutes. Do you remember that question on direct?
No, she was only there for about 3 or 4 minutes.
Okay. That's your testimony, is that she was only there 3 or 4 minutes.
Yes.
And that's from collision to, so whenever you're ready, collision to, and if you could highlight it and make it bigger.
Your Honor.
Do you remember in your deposition, it was you who said 8 to 10 minutes?
It was eight.
Your Honor, I object to showing the deposition to the jury. They can read from it, but it's not an exhibit. It can't be shown to the jury.
All I'm doing is asking the question. Your
Well,
Honor.
but still.
Sus- Sustained.
So you were the one that said she was there from collision to leaving for 8 to 10 minutes. Yes or false? True or false?
Well, Your Honor, I object to
I don't want an objection, Your Honor.
You don't get to decide if he objects.
That's
okay?
true. That is
All right.
true. I'll
So,
be
Mr.
quiet.
Sykes, let's just hear what the witness's answer is. I think it's a proper
I don't want to
question.
upset Judge Owens, but I don't think you should be interrupting the witness and dictating what he says.
Here's
Well, let me just instruct you. This is a cross-examination. It's not like a normal conversation between two people. And the questioner is entitled to ask questions that call for a yes or no response. If you can't answer it with a yes or a no, just indicate that. Just say, I really can't answer that with a yes or no.
I thought you were talking.
No.
Sorry.
Did you hear everything I just said?
No, I thought you were
Okay,
talking to him. I'm
fine.
sorry.
So this is cross-examination. This is not a normal conversation.
Okay.
And the questioner is entitled to ask you questions that require you to answer with a yes or no. Or if you can't answer it with a yes or no, just tell him, I really can't answer that with a yes or no. And then he'll ask a different question.
Okay.
And if there's more to be asked on that topic, the other side will have an opportunity to follow up later with you.
Okay.
Have you previously testified under oath years ago that the time that elapsed from collision to Ms. Paltrow leaving the scene was 8 to 10 minutes? True or false?
I can't answer that.
Do you need to be reminded? we could pull up your deposition transcript. If the answer is you need to be reminded, I'm happy to do that. Would you like me to do that?
Yes.
Okay. James, please pull that up. Well, Your Honor.
Yeah, you can show him a copy of his deposition and have him look at it.
So this is the physical copy of the transcript.
What section?
I assumed he would have his transcript with him. You don't, I take it?
No.
What page are you reading?
And do you have a physical copy I can hand to you? Thanks.
What page are you reading?
James, what page is that? 139.
Judge, we need to approach on this.
Sure. Parties, please approve. Yeah, Mr. Owens, you can show him the
Fine.
yeah, sure, on your trial pad.
Can you go show them? Thank you. Okay, if I do it on the laptop.
Sure.
Your Honor, we should show
Just
the
let the
correction.
other side know what page and line reference.
So here's. Well,
So we're going to grind
show
to a
the
halt.
correction also, though.
Your Honor, we're
Right,
gonna
right now
grind
we're
to a halt.
in the cross-examination, so you can go ahead and show the witness.
Mr. Ramon, you can move back and forth. You don't have to have a room up here.
Did you happen to read your deposition, like before today?
Yeah. Yes.
And do you recall what you wrote, what you said in there with regard to this issue, so we're not taking up everyone's valuable time?
There was a lot in that deposition.
That question. Could you go ahead and read your transcript and
I believe if you scroll down, it
Why don't you ask him, why don't you specify the line number, counsel, and have him read it?
page 139, line 24 to 25. Are you with me?
no.
You're going to have to walk them through it, James.
I'm not sure how you scroll this down.
Just right on that page.
Yes, but I believe that what you're talking about was taken out of context.
Let's read the question. Can I read the question on
Yeah,
page
yes.
139, line 24? Are you there?
Yes.
From the
What?
time Gwyneth stood up to the time she skied away, how much time was there? And your answer, go ahead and read it.
Sorry, I.
You moved it again.
There you go. So there's your answer.
Yeah, and so it.
I'm going to read the question again. From the time Gwyneth stood up to the time she skied away, about how much time went by there? Read your answer on lines 2-3 and 4.
Yeah, so it says here from the time she stood up until and then that's blocked out, and then it says I don't know. Something was blocked out, and then it was cut off, and it says I don't know.
Keep going. Just start reading.
It says maybe 10 minutes and then that's blocked off, and so it doesn't.
Line 6. Is it 8 to 10 minutes? And what was your answer on line 8? Are you reading this?
Yes, I am.
What does line 8 say? The 3 words there.
I don't. Okay, it says about 8 minutes.
Thank you.
Your Honor, could we have it be the correction to?
Your Honor.
That can take place on redirect.
Which has already been ruled on. Okay. Let's start from scratch here. Terry was your Facebook buddy, true?
He was on Facebook.
And you were friends with him.
Acquaintance.
So on Facebook, friends means friends. You're a friend of his on Facebook, or do we have to
There's
pull
people
that
that
up?
have 1,000 different friends on Facebook. I don't even.
Do we have to pull it up? We've got it.
Well, you can pull it up if you like. I don't even go on Facebook.
So the way this works is I ask a question,
Okay.
and if you say yes, we go on, and if you say no, then we pull it up.
Okay. Yes. We're on Facebook.
You're friends on Facebook.
Yes.
You're colorblind, true?
Somewhat. Yes.
Well,
Yes.
in your deposition,
Yes.
you didn't
Yes.
say
Yes.
somewhat.
Yes. Sorry.
So one rule of the court is we can't talk over each other. So I'll complete my full question, then you complete your full answer. You're colorblind.
Yes.
And you don't know the color, the outfit, for instance, Miss Paltrow was wearing that day, true?
True.
And you don't know the color that Terry was wearing that day, true?
True.
And when they collided, it looked like one person going down. Is that true?
Yes.
You were on the other end of this courtroom about that far, true?
Yes.
But you're not just focused on Terry, true?
I was focused on Terry. Well, now could you please repeat that?
Sure. You weren't just focused on Terry, right? That's not.
That's false.
You were just focused on Terry?
I was focused on. Yes, I was focused on Terry.
Only on Terry at the top of the hill. I'm just going to watch Terry. Is that your.
No, no.
Okay, you're focused on other things too.
Yes.
All right. You have not been in the workforce for 10 years, true?
True.
You spent about half your year scuba diving and about half skiing. True?
False.
What did you say? Traveling and scuba diving. Half.
Yes.
Skiing half.
False.
Okay, but that's how you spend your time, those activities.
True.
And Terry, strike that. Mr. Sanderson, he traveled internationally quite a bit too, didn't he?
False. I can't answer that.
Do you know how many international trips he went on after the ski collision?
I can't answer that.
Do you know of any?
No.
during these 6 or so days that you had skied with Mr. Sanderson before, that usually involves, for instance, having lunch together. Is that fair?
No.
Frequently?
Yes.
Yes. So that's time one-on-one, having a burger or something in the mid-lodge, right?
That's false.
Okay, tell me how it's false.
It's we're in a group of people.
All right. And then sometimes after skiing, you guys would go get some drinks and talk. Fair?
I can't answer that.
After skiing, would you guys go get drinks together or eat together during those 6 visits? Did you ever do that?
Yes.
And one of those times was just one-on-one with the two of you. True?
False.
And one of those was just one-on-one with you. And your answer?
Skiing? False.
Okay. How about after the collision? Did you do that one-on-one sometimes?
No. Oh, yes. Yes. I'm sorry, yes. After the collision.
And you did not observe anything unusual about him, emotionally, physically. True?
False.
Oh, okay. So we'll pull that up here in just a minute. You knew that Terry had a bad eye. I'm using quotes around that because that's, I'd say, Mr. Sanderson.
True.
You knew he was 70 years old. True?
False.
You didn't know exactly, but you knew he was about 70 years old.
True.
When you were skiing down that day, you heard a noise.
True.
You didn't know if it was a male or female voice. True?
True.
And you turned to look. True?
True.
One of the things you were doing while skiing, hopefully, is trying to take care of yourself to make sure you don't actually crash into someone. Is that fair?
True.
This is in, let's say, the 1 minute before the ski collision. You're focused primarily, I assume, on enjoying your day.
True.
And is it true there was moderate ski traffic that day?
True.
There was a picture of the bandana run. You're familiar with it?
True.
Or I guess at the time I deposed you, you didn't know the name of it. Is that fair?
True.
You were a snowbird guy, really.
True.
And you bragged like I had 150 days skiing, right? The year before.
Objection to the
I-
use of the word brag. Overruled.
Did you tell me like you had skied 150 days previously
True.
in 1 year?
True.
Now, when you heard a noise, that's what drew your attention to Terry.
True.
Terry was wearing a helmet, true?
True.
The person he collided with was not wearing a helmet. Is that true? That's your memory?
I don't know.
Did you tell me she was not wearing a helmet?
I'm not sure. I don't remember what she was wearing.
Do you remember previously testifying that you knew she was not wearing a helmet?
I'm not sure what she was wearing. If you look through the
Sir,
deposition...
listen to my question.
I'm sorry.
Did you previously tell me under oath that she was not wearing a helmet?
I can't answer that.
And why can't you?
Because
Why can't you tell me that whether you previously told me that?
she was not wearing a helmet.
Yeah.
I wasn't really paying attention to what she was wearing.
She was not wearing a helmet. I mean, did you tell me that previously?
I don't think so.
Oh boy. I'm going to make a note of these things. Well, let's go to page 63. James, I think we're going to have to do that. 53? Yeah.
So I'm sorry, it's hard to scroll a little bit, but if you put two fingers, it'll scroll that way.
Okay.
And those are dashes.
All right. Have you looked at the bottom of page 63? Sorry if I said 53, 63.
Bottom of 53.
63. Is it 53 too?
No, I'm just asking you. Bottom of 63.
Have you read that, sir? The last 4 lines?
Yeah, it says above, it says, I think she was
So-
wearing a hat,
So
but a helmet didn't,
So that's 64.
didn't stand out.
James, can you just stay exactly right with him and stay with him? Bottom of 63, last 4 lines.
So just these lines is what it's putting.
Just read those to yourself, please.
It says...
No, just read it
just-
to yourself.
Yeah, there it says, and when I questioned you about a year and a half ago, you said she was not wearing a helmet. Do you remember that? Yes.
And your answer was yes.
Yes.
Okay, let's keep going. Thank you. And she was not wearing goggles either. True?
I can't answer that.
Sir, did you read your deposition before this?
Yes.
Like how many days ago?
Yes, I didn't know what she was, I couldn't remember what she was wearing.
Can you stay right with him on page 64 at the top? Can you read page 64 at the top? And she was not wearing goggles. No. Okay, I'm going to read the question, you
Yes,
read the
yes.
answer. So let's just start at the top here.
Okay.
64. So is your best memory she was not wearing a helmet? What was your answer?
Yes.
And she was not wearing goggles. And you said?
Yes.
No, it doesn't say
It
that.
says,
Line 5. And
And
she was
it
not
says
wearing
question.
goggles.
and she was not wearing goggles, no.
And I said, is that right? And you said,
Yes.
and she was not wearing any facial covering.
No.
Is that your testimony? That she had no goggles, no helmet, and no face, nothing covering her face at the time of the collision? Is that your testimony today?
I can't answer that.
All right. You've previously testified under oath, true?
Yes.
Okay. I think we're done for a minute. Thank you. Okay. Groomed run. It was a groomed run, right?
Yes.
Not hard and icy. It was
It was very firm.
okay. So I should specify, like, so hills can be hard or they can be icy. Which was it?
Icy. When it's icy, you can go down the hill with ice skates, and this was very, very firm.
So good conditions, right?
Yes.
Do you recall that from the time you heard a scream, you can't tell male or female, you looked, and in a split second, then is when you then were upon the collision site, true? Your eyes?
Yes, it was about 1 or 2 seconds.
So in the deposition, you said split second. Do you recall those terms?
No.
Split second. Do we have to look it up, or are you going to deny it?
A second or two.
I'd like to make an objection here. This is an improper use of a deposition. You're supposed to ask the question, get the answer, and then show him the deposition, see if that refreshes his recollection.
So the objection is improper impeachment.
This is exactly what I learned in law school, Your Honor. You ask the question, you make sure you have to look it up, and then you look it up.
Go ahead.
Today I hear you saying 1 to 2 seconds between the scream and the collision.
Yes.
But in your deposition, you told me split second. Do you agree or disagree?
I could have.
Objection, that's improper, Judge.
Agree or disagree?
Overruled?
I would agree.
Okay, thank you. Now, is this your testimony? She plowed into him, and he went spread eagle, head down. True?
Yes.
Hands out, skis out.
Yes.
His skis stayed on,
Yes.
and she went right over him, spread eagle, head down.
No, she was on his back, and then
Her head's downhill. True?
yes, yes.
And then she slid on top of him. That's your testimony.
Yeah.
And is that true?
Yes.
And then when they came to arrest, she was below him on the hill.
Yes.
If he was spread eagle, head down toward the bottom of the hill, and his skis crossed, were his skis crossed or were they out?
No, they were out. They were not
Okay.
crossed.
Did you ever go and help him, like, take his skis off?
No.
In the, let's say, the 5 seconds before the collision, you didn't watch where Gwyneth came from, true?
True.
And you didn't watch where Terry came from.
True.
You weren't looking at Terry until the noise and collision.
True.
Now, Terry's a good skier, you said, and he skis parallel.
True.
And the collision occurred to the far right if you're going downhill for the skier's right. True?
True.
And there's a bit of not a cliff, but kind of a sharp descent right there. True?
True.
Gwyneth was skiing with an adult male. Do you remember?
Yes.
And you thought it might be the Coldplay guy. Was that your...
I didn't know who it was.
Did you tell me in your deposition you thought it was the Coldplay guy?
Joanne, she's into that stuff, and she said...
Did you tell me at your deposition that it was the Coldplay guy?
I said it might have been.
And her son. You saw that her son came over?
True.
I heard you say that you felt the Deer Valley instructor was unprofessional. Did I hear you sort of say that?
Yes.
And did you ever report that to Deer Valley?
No.
Did you ever fill out any statement? Like, hey, I wanted you to know what I saw?
No.
Now, do you agree your eyesight is not as good as it was when you were 18?
True.
Gwyneth got on her feet. You observed that personally?
True.
And by then she was like about 10 feet away from the collision site?
True.
And let's pull up, James, if you don't mind, Exhibit 4 of Ramon's deposition. And I don't know what number we've marked it, but I'm going to keep going until you're ready, so let me know. All right, we had you write during your deposition sort of X's. Do you recall this?
Yes.
X is where things are, and this is it. If you look to your left there, and if you want to come down,
Is that an admitted exhibit? I don't think it is.
and I'm sure it's not an exhibit because I've only admitted like 3.
Why don't we take it down till we can resolve? Is it going to be admitted? Is it demonstrative? What is it?
So I was going to establish the foundation for him and probably move to admit it.
Is it? Well, why don't you approach?
Yes.
Is there a stipulation on this exhibit that it may be admitted?
Yes.
Okay. Defense Exhibit 89A is received.
All right, 89A. Did you draw this picture?
Yes.
I think you can just use the big microphone there. But you can bring the exhibit to you if you want. I don't want you to hurt your back.
I'm fine.
Okay. So, can I point out a few things? G stands for Gwyneth. Is that true?
Yes.
And then the X below that is Terry. You wrote Terry?
That's actually above. If you look right
Oh.
here, it says top.
You're absolutely right. You're right. Thank you. Let's orient us. So at the top you wrote bottom. This is going to be very confusing for the transcript, but BOT, that means bottom, right?
Yes.
And at the bottom it says top. This is going to screw everyone up. True?
Well, it's the top of the hill and the bottom of the hill.
Thank you so much. So, and this represents where they came to a stop. Is that fair?
Yes.
And the right side, it says drop off, right? That's the,
Yes.
and that's your own handwriting?
Yes.
And, okay, so then you put two X's with Craig, and what does it say? Does that say 40 right next to you? Craig 40? What is that?
Oh. Yeah, 40. Yes.
That's 40 feet away, right?
Yeah, from the time of the collision.
Earlier, I heard you say something like 35 feet, but you wrote 40 feet when we previously talked, right?
Yes.
And then that's where you came to a stop initially, and then it says Craig, and what's that word right there?
Is Craig after? Is that what you're looking at?
Craig after. So you slid down at some point. Is that fair?
Slid down. Where it says 40, that's where I saw the collision, and then I skied down to after the collision.
Right. So what's the before versus after again? Why are there two Craig X's?
Because that's where I saw the collision, and then after that, where it says Craig after that, I skied down.
All right. All right. Do you stand by your diagram?
What I ended up.
Are you changing it?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, have you previously met with the lawyers for Terry Sanderson?
The previous lawyer? Yes, I've met with him.
Did you meet with his previous lawyer too?
No.
Okay, I may have misunderstood you, so you can forget my question. You recognize these are not your lawyers, right? They're Terry's lawyers.
True.
Okay, but they prepared you for your deposition?
They just told me just to go in and just say the truth, just tell your story.
Okay, but you met with them previously
I've met with them.
without me?
I've met with them.
Since the accident, you've had several casual conversations with Terry, is that right?
True.
He's someone more than just someone you skied with.
I went to once I met him at the Cotton Bottom, and twice I met him at the Cotton Bottom. Then I skied with him 2 times after that, and ever since that I haven't seen him.
Did you once say
that you could talk, Terry could talk to a wall for 3 or 4 hours and have a good communication, good conversation.
Yeah, so I was saying he has the gift for gab.
And that includes prior to the ski accident.
That was
Yes.
no. I don't know about after, but
Prior to the ski accident, he's a
he likes to talk.
all right. Is it true that someone at least asked Terry if he was all right after the collision?
That's true.
And he nodded yes. Yes or no?
He nodded a little bit, but he did just nodded.
He nodded yes.
He shook his head a little bit.
Sir, do we have to go to the transcript?
If you'd like.
No, I don't want.
He nodded a little bit.
He nodded yes. Is the answer yes?
He never said yes.
Okay. James, could you go show Mr. Ramon page 107? He nodded yes. Answer yes. Do you deny that?
What page, Steve?
107, line 12.
Your Honor, can we have him read the next 10 or 15 verses to get the context?
You're on that.
You can do that during your redirect.
Okay, so here's 107, and then there's 12.
All right, I'm going to
right
read the line. Why don't you read it? Line 12 and 13, and your answer on line 14.
Well, it says he nodded yes, and
Question mark.
and
your answer?
and I said he nodded.
Your answer, sir, on line 14 of 107. Don't commentary it. Just give it to me.
It says yes.
All right. That's all on that. Terry was complaining of rib pain after the collision, true?
True.
He was not complaining of any other kind of pain, true?
True.
For instance, head pain. He wasn't saying my head hurts. He was saying my ribs hurt.
True.
Thank you. When you met with Terry these times after the collision, I personally could not tell anything different with Terry. Is that true?
True.
One of your interactions with Terry was to go to an elk farm, and you point to an elk and they shoot it for you and give you the meat. Is that true?
Could you repeat that?
You bet I can. One of your activities with Terry was to go to an elk farm where you point to an elk and they shoot it right there in front of you, and then you buy the meat.
False.
Oh, am I making this up that you did this with Terry?
Yes.
Oh, well, I didn't make it up from somewhere. What did you tell me about elk meat with Terry?
Well, what I told you was I knew he had some kids because they like elk meat, and Terry went to an elk farm to get an elk, but he didn't shoot it. They shot it for him,
Okay.
and then he ended up giving the meat to his kids.
And have you done that too?
No,
Have you gotten an elk before?
Yes.
Okay. I thought those two things were the same thing, but you're saying that was independent.
Yes.
Thank you. Excuse me while I try to wind up here. Is this true that Gwyneth, where she initially stopped after the collision, she looked upset?
No, she just had a blank look on her face.
Okay, we'll find that in just one moment. At some point, she slid down a little further, like from 10 feet to then 20 feet. Is that right?
False.
All right. Do you remember this in your deposition? So I don't want to go there if we don't have to. Didn't she move at some point without leaving the entire scene from her spot where she ended up after the collision?
Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, I'm questioning myself whether we even need to address this. But did she ski down a little bit after she stopped in the collision?
She skied down. She slid down a few feet.
Okay. When Terry was going down the hill before the collision, he was going straight down with the skis parallel. True?
Yes, he was doing small turns as he was going down.
Terry was skiing straight down.
Yes, basically straight. Yeah, when people.
Is that your testimony?
Yes, he was pretty much skiing straight down the hill. He wasn't going.
Not pretty
side-
much.
Yeah, he was.
Terry
he was skiing
straight
He was skiing. Sorry,
down.
I won't talk over you. Sorry.
Just tell me if this is the true statement. Terry was skiing straight down.
Yes.
Gwyneth looked shaken up to me. True?
Yes.
Even though she, according to you, had no helmet on, no goggles, and no mask or scarf, you did not recognize her.
No.
Is that correct?
Yes.
I take it you don't know what her son saw, Moses,
I do not.
or what he heard.
I do not.
Now, after someone's been hit, you understand the idea that when they go back up skiing, they might be a little more tentative, more cautious, more concerned.
True.
Like just if I got in a car accident, maybe the next time I'm driving, I'm going to be extra, maybe less confident. Is that fair?
True.
It sounds like under your story that you had to get in between the instructor because he was so berating Terry who was down on the ground. Is that true?
True.
If both Eric Christiansen and Gwyneth's boyfriend at the time, who was not the Coldplay guy, both say you didn't ski up until sometime after the collision. Do you disagree with that?
Yes.
The 8 to 10 minute statement, you did make a correction to your deposition sometime later, changing that to 3 to 4 minutes. Is that true?
True.
But when I was there, present, deposing you with a court reporter, you told me 8 to 10.
I can't answer that.
You made a change after the deposition was over. Is
True.
that true? And what caused you to make that change, like after it was all over?
Because it was taken out of context. If you actually look down to where I said that, a few pages down, it said that was wrong. It was 3 to 4 minutes.
Within a 25-foot diameter of the scene, did you ever see any other instructor come by?
No.
So if Mr. Christiansen says ski patrol actually came by and said, "Are things okay?" you deny that?
Yes, I never saw a ski patrol come by.
Did you ever ask Mr. Christiansen, "Hey, I think we ought to get a toboggan here"?
No.
In fact, Terry was standing at some point, true?
True.
And that was before the ski instructor left.
True.
Do you agree some things may have been said that you don't remember among the group?
There was no.
Yes or no, please?
Could you please repeat that?
Sure. Do you acknowledge you don't have a perfect memory and that some things may have been said that you don't remember?
I pretty much remember.
So, just say true or false. I have a perfect.
False.
I've got to re-ask my question. I have a perfect memory. Go ahead. True.
I think that's an unfair question.
True or false?
Overruled.
There could have been something that I.
True or false? I have a perfect memory.
False.
Now I'll let you finish your statement. Go ahead. There may have been some things that were said that you don't recall.
True.
Okay, we talked about how Mr. Sanderson was spread eagle head downhill and Gwyneth was spread eagle head downhill. True?
False.
Okay. Was she? It's a compound question, so I'm going to separate. Was Gwyneth spread eagle down? Go ahead.
No.
Okay, and was her head downhill?
Yes.
Okay. And how were her skis?
They were parallel.
Okay, head downhill. Was it straight down, like 90-degree angle, or was she at a
She was.
angle?
Her head was straight down, and her skis were up above.
To the right or to the left, or straight?
I'm not sure whether her skis were pointed to the right or to the left, but she was on her side.
Okay. At some point, Eric Christiansen said, or Christensen, apparently I've been pronouncing it wrong for several years, said, your buddy took out Gwyneth Paltrow. True?
True.
And you, upon hearing that, actually backed up because you were going to go to get a closer look. Is that true?
True.
And when Gwyneth saw you doing that, she left.
True.
You were trying to talk to her, and she was not responding to you. True?
True.
At some point in this today, you've said, I wasn't thinking straight. I'm not thinking. Did you say that today?
True.
And you were talking about at the time of the collision.
True.
You understand Deer Valley is not on trial here today.
True.
The court dismissed Deer Valley. Did you understand that?
Yes.
Do you agree with this concept that there are risks in just going skiing?
True.
They're sort of inherent with the physical outdoor activity.
True.
Those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Owens. Let's take a little bit longer recess for mid-afternoon. So we'll take a recess now. Thank you.
All rise.
Talking about 10 minutes.
Thank you. Would counsel approach, please? So I don't see Tom.
The jury's on their way.
You need a minute?
No. I officially just want to make sure that the designated still photographer is not at all in my client's face coming or leaving the court without that he stays stopped.
Yeah, do you think that he has been?
It's felt obtrusive.
I'll watch. Thank you. Is Tanya in here? No. Okay. Can you see her?
I'll let her know.
Okay, thanks. We ready for the jury then? They're on their way. Thank you. We are. I think they're on their way. I told them when I walked past. All right, thank you. Mr. Sykes, are you ready for redirect?
I am, Judge. Let me just... We're shy a copy of the deposition, Judge, for which we apologize. I'm going to blame it on the fog. Okay. Mr. Ramon, I got just about 4 or 5 questions for you, briefly. When you looked over at the, you heard the scream, looked over at the collision, can you tell the jury where Terry's arms were when he went down?
Oh, they were by his side.
Not flung out like this?
No.
Okay. I'm going to have you turn to page 63 in your deposition about the helmet and read some clarifying information on that. I'm going to have Lawrence show you his on his computer, okay? And we're going to page 63, line 18, okay? Now, I'm going to read the question, and then I'm going to read the answer and ask if I read it correctly, okay? 63, line 18. And was she wearing a helmet? Your answer, I don't believe she was wearing a helmet. I think she was wearing a hat, but a helmet didn't stand out. Was that your answer?
Correct.
Okay. Deposition was taken on November 12th, 2019. Correct?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, 12 of 2019.
12th November, right? So
No,
3.5 years after the collision.
Yes.
All right. Now, by the way, do you remember how long, stay there, Lawrence, if you would. You remember how long you were deposed that day?
7.5 hours.
Okay. Have you ever been deposed before?
No.
First time, right?
Yes.
What a joy, right?
That was a long day.
Okay. Now, Mr. Owens asked you about nodding okay. I want you to turn to this is what he read here, 107, 17 through 23. I'll read the whole thing.
So, Your Honor, form of impeachment. I think he needs to answer a question, and then if there's a contrary answer, then we go to the transcript.
Actually not. On redirect, he has a right
Right now,
to...
he's rehabilitating
Yeah.
based on your impeachment,
Okay.
so I'll permit it.
Page 107, line 12. Mr. Owens' question was, he nodded yes, and your answer was yes. Question, Terry nodded yes to the question, are you okay? Your answer, yeah, he was trying to get around, and when he got up, he didn't really bring up an are you okay with him, because he wasn't okay. You could see that. I mean, if it wouldn't have been for the mountain host pulling him up, Terry never would have never wanted to even get up. Is that your full answer?
True.
Okay. And let's go to 109, 17 through 24. Okay. And the question was, does that sound like your answer? He probably said he was okay. Your answer was, I don't know what context this is coming from. Terry wasn't talking. I mean, he wasn't. It was like we're having a conversation right now. He was mumbling. He didn't come right out and say, yeah, I'm fine, I'm doing great. Is that your full answer?
True.
Okay, turn to 110, 2 through 6. Okay, line 2. Do you agree that when asked, Terry said he was okay? Your answer was, he never said he was okay. Question, so no, that's a no? Yes. And then turn to 112, 2 through 12.
Your Honor, there wasn't even a question. So, can I just read portions of the transcript I like? This is improper.
Your Honor, I have a right to rehabilitate the witness and show the true context. I've got two more of these, and then I'm done.
I think you need to confirm. I mean, you didn't ask him a question on the last entry.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll do it now. Okay. On page 112, do you see the question by Mr. Owens? He was nodding yes. You see that?
Sorry.
Yeah.
No, I'm just asking if you see the question.
Yes, number 2.
Okay, yeah. And your answer was, yeah, he nodded, and then there was an interruption. And Mr. Owens said yes. And your answer was nodded yes as he's laying there not speaking because he can't talk. Question. And the reason I say that is people can nod no, nodding doesn't help us. Answer. When he nodded yes, he was nodding with just like a small movement, you know. He wasn't, he couldn't even talk. Is that your full answer?
True.
One more. 114, 4 through 7. Okay? Mr. Owens, so are you disputing that you said yes? He said he was okay. Answer, yes.
We got to back up because he just started. Did you dispute that you said it? We need to know what he's referencing.
Question, Mr. Owens.
Just a minute. There's an objection that it's. What's the objection that it's not a complete?
So he needs to go back to know what we're talking about. Do you dispute that you said it?
Look, you know,
You can recross him.
he
on
quoted
that.
out of context. I'm quoting context.
Just a minute.
Okay. Question by Mr. Stephen Owens. So are you disputing that you said yes? He said he was okay. Answer, yes. That's your answer, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I've got. Thank you very much.
Mr. Owens?
The term spread eagle, was that, you testified that Terry after the collision was spread eagle, did you not?
When he was laying on the ground.
Right, that's what we're talking about.
Yes, when he was laying on the ground, he was spread eagle.
Do you agree that Terry was out cold for several minutes?
Yes.
Several is more than 2 minutes.
Well, 2 minutes.
Your Honor, this is beyond scope.
That's as much as I think I want to say, except we're trying to figure out where he was.
Well, I'll allow a little bit of it overruled if you're going to the scope of redirect.
He was asking about sort of his positioning. So that the entire time he was out cold, he was spread eagle on the mountain?
Yes.
And did you do anything for him?
No.
The helmet thing. Let's address it again. Sorry for the delay. Do you remember telling me that you thought it was odd she didn't have a helmet?
Your Honor, this is improper. Sir, rebuttal, because we've already discussed that in these answers. So,
Overruled.
all right.
True? You thought it was odd. Like Gwyneth Paltrow doesn't have a helmet?
I don't recall that.
James, do you have a citation? I would have noticed a helmet. So no helmet, right? Yeah.
I don't recall that.
Oh. All right. You want to go over to... Do you know, did I ever say, like, what I just said? Do you deny that? What I just read? Do you deny it?
If you look at the deposition, I let her said I wasn't sure exactly what she had on her, what she was wearing. It could have been a hat.
I would have noticed the helmet. So no.
What picture was it?
I'm just gonna. This is. I want him to say it, and then I'll
Ask the question.
Well, he's reading something.
I would have noticed the helmet. So no helmet, right?
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
What picture you want?
Can I stop getting interrupted while I'm doing this, Your Honor?
That's the only fair thing.
When he refers to the deposition, he'll have to give you the page reference, but right now he's not referring to the deposition.
He's reading from it.
Well, he may be reading from it, but he's not referring to it.
This is a statement that he made to me. Do you remember before your deposition you made a statement to me?
I don't recall.
Do you remember I came to your house with plaintiff's lawyers
Yes,
and
you
we
did.
put a little dictaphone right in front of you and said, "Can we interview you?"
Yes, you did.
And did you testify truthfully in that interview?
Yes, I did.
And that interview was far before the deposition.
Yes.
Do you deny saying these words? I would have noticed the helmet.
I don't recall that conversation.
Do you deny saying that?
I don't recall that conversation.
Okay, let's go to it then. James? So this is Exhibit 5 of the deposition. It's the interview. It's page 31.
We approach the bench on this one. Sure.
All right. Can you, sir, read the question and answer? And James, the page number is?
31. And then you want to start at line 15?
Yes, please.
Yeah, it says it says can you go to 12?
No commentary, just read the words, please.
I says I think she was wearing a hat. Because a helmet, I would have noticed the helmet.
Okay, and the next 3 lines.
So no helmet, right? Yeah.
And then the
That's
next
a
2
yes.
I said that's a yes, and your answer?
Yes.
All right, sir, did you tell the truth when I asked you that question 5 years ago?
Apparently yes.
Okay. We're moving on. Sorry. 34, I think he said. Do you remember? You're going to have to stay there, I'm afraid. He said he was okay. Do you remember so testifying 5 years ago?
He never said he was okay.
That wasn't my question. My question was, did you answer my question 5 years ago that he was okay? He said he was okay.
He never said he was okay. He could hardly stand up.
Okay.
He could hardly speak.
So you deny ever saying that?
Your Honor, maybe we want to just finish his answer before he's interrupted.
Did you finish your answer?
No, we
So James?
about 2 minutes before the ski patrol came and came down, he could hardly he had a hard time knowing what his name was. mean, it took him 4 or 5 seconds to even know what his name was, and he had no idea where he was even at.
Your Honor, my question was, do you deny saying it? This is the narrative. May I?
So
You're taking this. You're
Hold
taking
on.
this.
Hold on.
there's no question.
Oh, okay. So, sorry.
you.
Sorry.
All right, let's dig it out. He said he was okay.
What line are you reading from, please?
I'm waiting for the question. Did you say that?
I don't see it here.
He probably said he was okay. Did you say that 5 years ago?
If I did, I probably didn't understand your question.
That wasn't my question. My question is, did you say that 5 years ago?
Yeah, I think what you're doing is I think you're taking this stuff out of context. Because I never said he was okay.
Terry said, yes, I'm okay. Did you say that?
He never said he was okay.
Have you told me that 5 years ago?
I think what you're doing is I think you're taking this stuff out of context.
Yes, he said he was okay. Do we need to look it up?
Yes.
Okay. James, could you get over there? Yes. It's from the interview, page 68. Okay, can you just read line 10? Read it aloud, please.
Yes, he said he was okay.
Yes, he said he was okay. All right. Did you tell me the truth 5 years ago with plaintiff's counsel present?
I think I don't think I
Yes or
understood
no,
your.
sir?
I don't think I understood your question because he was never okay. He could hardly stand.
Sir, here, listen to my question.
Okay.
Did you tell me the truth 5 years ago when you said, yes, he said he was okay? Yes or no?
I think you're taking this stuff out of context is what I think. Because he was never okay.
So all I can do is point to a statement you gave to both of us with the transcription recorder present and saying I'm telling the truth. That is all I can say. So that's my only question. Was that your answer 5 years ago?
I object. Answer the answer.
Overruled? Can you answer it?
Just
with a
say yes or no.
Can you answer it with a yes or no question?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, it's the same question I'm asking like 10 times, but I'm trying to get a clear yes or no. Yes, he, meaning Mr. Sanderson, said he was okay.
I'm not sure exactly what okay means. We're this.
Yes or no, sir?
I don't know exactly what we were talking about when he was okay.
Well, we can go back and look. This is page 69. So I know what the mountain host is going to say. He's going to say, I asked him, and he said, Terry said, yes, I'm okay. Yes. And then he skied away, meaning the mountain host. And I'm wondering, are you saying that's true or not true? Yeah, he was. Yes or no? Yes. He said he was okay. Did I correctly read that?
I didn't have the right. You said 69?
Top of 68.
But it's 68. Got it. Okay, we'll go back up.
Your Honor,
I apologize. So tell us where you're starting. Which line?
yeah, I don't want to spend any more time on this. Thank you.
Does that conclude your questions? Okay.
No further questions.
All right. You're welcome to step down. Is this witness under subpoena? And may he testify again in the case?
He's not under subpoena, I don't.
Okay.
Because he is.
He may testify again?
If need be.
Okay.
In
So
their
you're still under the exclusionary rule, meaning that you can't be in the courtroom other than when you testify. Okay?
Okay,
All right. Thank you.
thank you.
You may call your next witness. Mr. Sykes, who is your next witness?
Carlene Davidson, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Ms. Davidson. If you could walk right up here to the clerk, she will, and then if you could raise your right hand, she will swear you in.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
And then walk right over here and have a seat. You can move that binder out of your way. Thank you. And then we just want to make sure that you speak toward the microphone when you speak.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you state your full name and tell the jury where you live?
Yes, Teresa Carlene Davidson, St. George, Utah.
Okay. And you go by Carlene, correct?
I do.
Tell the jury where you were born, where you grew up, what your education is.
Okay. I was born in Tachikawa, Japan. My father was a fighter pilot with the Air Force, and I moved all over the world during my first 18 years of life, and ended up in the Salt Lake Valley, where I worked for KSL for a few years, and then ended up at a dental lab as an accountant. And I have 2 awesome daughters and 7 beautiful granddaughters that I'm enjoying in St. George, Utah.
And there's an interesting thing about you. You graduated, at least almost, from Athens High School in Athens, Greece, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Almost graduated, yes.
Is that-
I had to come back for my senior year. Not a pleasant thing, senior year in California, but that was
Talk
all
about
right.
Athens, Greece, not Athens, Georgia, right?
Right, exactly.
Okay.
No, I have a very rich life. I've been very blessed.
And tell the jury about your training from Standpoint University or higher education. Where'd you go and when?
Higher education, I went to Brigham Young University for 1 year, and then after that kind of got my MRS, as they say, and ended up married and raising children.
All right. Good. And with respect to, excuse me, let's see here. If you could explain to the jury how you met Terry Sanderson.
Okay. I was single for a few years, and
So you had a divorce.
yes,
You're
yes,
single,
divorced
okay.
from the girl's father, and then unfortunately had another marriage and ended up single again,
Okay.
and got onto a match site, and I happened to recognize a fellow that was in a picture that Terry was also in the picture, but I had an acquaintance there that knew him as well, so I contacted this acquaintance and asked him about this fellow, and contacted Terry, and that's how we met.
Okay. And then about what year was that? 2014 sometime?
2014, yes, it would have been
Okay.
2014.
And how long was your relationship with him
Terry and I dated.
prior to the ski accident? The ski accident, by the way, was February 26th of 2016.
Correct, right. We dated for about, well, in a serious relationship for about 18 months prior to the accident, and then
Describe Terry during that 18 months.
he was a goer. I had a lot of trouble keeping up with him. He's about 5 years older than I am, and he was definitely had a lot of energy, a lot of joyful. He was just a fun, loving wanted to play and have a good time in life. He was very energetic, very ambitious.
What are some of the activities you did during that time?
A lot of hiking, a lot of partying, to going to different events throughout the valley. We did some traveling the year of 2015. We went on a cruise. We went to Italy. We also, later in the year of 2015, we went to, that was to Belize and Key West. So we like to travel quite a bit. But
Did you mention dancing? Did you
dancing a lot, yes. Terry loved to dance.
Okay. Hiking, you mentioned hiking, didn't you?
A lot of hiking.
How about swimming?
Yes, well, I wasn't the swimmer. He was. He has a pool in his home, one of those pools that have the equipment that moves the water, and he's probably swam 3 times a week.
Tell me, you mentioned overseas trips. Where are some of the places you went with him overseas?
The Netherlands. We flew into Amsterdam. We went to, and then did a cruise out of Italy, and then came back and spent 3 weeks in Italy, pretty much. Right.
Where else did you go?
On the cruise, we went.
No. There's other countries.
Oh, later we went to Belize and a lot of places in the U.S. Just little stops.
Did you go to Spain with him?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
That was on the cruise when we were in Italy.
Mm-hmm. How about Far East, Japan? Any of those places?
No.
Oh, okay. How would you describe his personality in the, say, year and a half before the ski accident? How would you describe it?
Very joyful. Like I said, a lot of energy. He had a lot of events that he liked to go to. I remember his calendar when I was looking back on pictures and things. We were always involved in something. He liked to volunteer a lot. And
what do you mean by volunteer? What do you volunteer for?
Cystic fibrosis. I know he was a volunteer for different events, and he liked to go and be involved, meet people, meet and greet. He was a good mentor. He liked to mentor a lot of younger people, and was very good at that and enjoyed a lot of that. A lot of contact with different people.
Now, you were at the time living in St. George.
Yes.
Correct?
Mm-hmm.
In a year, a calendar year, how many days did you spend up here with Terry versus down in St. George?
Most of the calendar was in Salt Lake at his home. We spent a lot of time in the Salt Lake area because that's where all the
more or less
events
than
were.
300 days, you think?
25 days a month.
Per month? Okay.
A lot.
For that whole time?
Yeah.
Period. Okay. Describe him in terms of kindness, gentleness, communicative, that kind of thing.
He was very good at communicating. He liked to do that. That's one of the things that we spent a lot of time talking and engaging in a lot of fun topics that we like to explore. Terry was an explorer of all information. He liked to, when we were traveling, he would always be reading up on something, always, looking into things and engaging other people in gathering information. He liked to do that. But he was a very joyful, happy person. In fact, I was looking back through some of my pictures, and he always had a smile on his face. He had a beautiful smile. He was just a happy person.
Was he kind?
Very kind.
Describe that to the jury.
How would you describe kindness? He engaged with people, and I guess the way his kindness showed through would be just his patience with talking with people about different aspects of their lives, and he just had a gentle nature. He was very easygoing that way and liked people, my grandchildren even, the kindness that he had with opportunities that he had to explore and speak with them, and he just had a gentleness about him.
Did you ever have family get-togethers with his side of the family?
Yes, we did.
Would you describe those for the jury, please?
One of the first times I remember going when his granddaughter graduated, and with the whole family, and his first wife was there. And I remember his daughter coming to me, and she said, "Thank you so much for putting up with the family aspects of." It was the first time that he had been around his former wife for quite some time, and it worked out very well.
How did he treat her?
Enjoyable. Oh, fine. I was actually saying we had a great big family reunion, family dinner, family fun. It worked out very well.
Now, did he ever use alcohol when he's with you?
Sure.
Okay. And did you ever observe him to use alcohol to excess?
No. There would be once or twice that we might take a whole bottle of wine and enjoy it, but
Okay.
no, not very often.
Okay. When you dated for about 18 months, or close to 2 years, were you exclusive?
Yes, as far as I knew.
What's that?
I say as far as I knew.
All right. Well, you were up here quite a bit. Right?
Yes.
Was this a love relationship? Were you heading toward marriage, or how would you describe that?
I wanted it. I wanted it long term, and I was looking forward to having a long term relationship with him. I adored him. He was a great guy. I was hoping that it would go long term.
So were you in love with him?
Absolutely.
Was he in love with you, in your opinion?
I thought so. Yes. Yes.
And so at this point, he's about 70 or so, right?
That time, yes.
At the end of your relationship, just before the accident, February 26th of 2016, how would you describe Terry's activity level?
Just like I have, very, very busy. There wasn't much time that we didn't have some event that was going on. It's always involved. I had a hard time keeping up.
Okay. Did you ever, during the 18 months or so that you were dating him, up here 300 days a year, okay, did you ever notice him to be clumsy or accident prone, anything like that?
Not really, no. No, he seemed to... He was helping me move an estate from my parents. I had lost my mother right before I met Terry, and we did a lot of juggling of my assets from her estate, and he was very helpful with that. In fact, he helped move a lot of furniture and didn't damage too much that I remember. He seemed to be pretty capable.
Were you ever aware that he had a problem in one of his eyes that he was not seeing? Were you aware of that?
Oh, absolutely.
Did it ever affect him in your anything you saw?
You know what was odd about that is I half the time didn't realize that he had a problem. I never knew which eye it was. I would have to ask, and no, for the most part, he covered it very well. I guess if there was an extreme problem, I wasn't aware of it. He drove, in fact, thinking about that with my mom's estate, we were moving. I had a home in Bountiful that I sold, and we were getting rid of a lot of the furniture and items in that home and moving things down to St. George. And he drove the big old truck, the 26-foot truck. I don't know that we rented.
Like a U-Haul thing?
Yeah.
Down to St. George?
Down to St. George from Salt Lake, and he didn't have a bit of trouble, so I'm not aware of the eye situation. Like I say, he covered it very well.
When you were up here, did he do the driving, or did you do the driving?
Oh, he did the driving.
You ever notice any problem with him driving?
No.
Any accidents, any bumping into people in the parking lot or other cars, nothing like that?
Not while I was with him, no.
Okay. Do you recall, how would you characterize his health during those 18 months or so when you were before the accident?
Like I say, the hiking, the swimming, the dancing, he had a lot of energy. He seemed to be very healthy as far as I knew.
Did he appear to have any chronic conditions that you were aware of?
Not that I was aware of. I say, if there was anything there, I was not aware of it.
Did you ever complain of a headache problem?
Not extreme, not any more so than most of us do, and might get a headache in an afternoon and need to lie down for a minute, but no.
How about sleep apnea? Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay. What about depression? Did he ever complain about being depressed?
Not during that time, no.
What about...
He didn't have time.
Okay. What about complaining that he was losing energy? You ever hear that?
Not during that time, no.
Now, I'm talking about prior to the accident now.
Right. Yes.
You ever notice that he was forgetting things prior to the accident?
No. Not that I noticed, no.
By the way, have you ever testified in court before? Is this the first time?
No, this is the first time.
First time. Okay. It's fun, isn't it?
My hands are sweaty.
Okay. All right. Did you ever? You're not a skier, correct?
I used to ski
Okay.
years ago.
Did Terry ever talk about skiing with you prior to the?
Oh, he would have loved to have had me ski with him, but no, I have a knee that went out on me a few years back, and I don't ski anymore.
What was Terry's attitude towards skiing?
And towards skiing,
Yeah.
that was his livelihood in the wintertime. That was one of the reasons that the distance between St. George and Salt Lake got to be a problem, especially in the wintertime, because he did not want to leave to go to warm St. George where he could stay up here and ski.
How did you find out that there was a ski accident?
I was on my way back here from St. George the day that I think I was on the road, in fact, when he called and said, I have been in a ski accident and I'm injured, but I'll tell you more about it when we get home. I don't think he wanted to worry me. So he said, I'll talk about it later.
Did he ever give you the name of the person who hit him?
I don't think so, not at that time.
All right.
No.
And that was the same day, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. So what did you do after that?
I just met him at the house. Well, not met him there. I think I got there. I arrived there first, and then he came later in the probably early evening is when he finally got back.
Describe his condition to the jury, please.
He looked like a truck had hit him when I remember him walking in. He just was very disheveled. Just looked bad. He didn't look like he felt very well at all. He was kind of wild hair, looked like he wasn't looking good. Ashen gray, his face, his coloring, everything. He just looked like he was injured.
How about his mental status?
He was, didn't want to talk much at that point. That's why I was kind of trying to get information from him of what had happened, but he was cranky. He was ornery. He just was tired and wanted to go to bed. In fact, that's basically what he did. I wanted to encourage him to go to the doctor because I was quite concerned by the way, well, especially when he said his ribs were broken. He knew his ribs were broken at that point, and then a concussion. I think they had determined the concussion there at the clinic. Slight concussion. No, maybe not. I don't know if that even happened. I just know he had really sore ribs and looked really banged up.
Did he talk about whether he lost consciousness or not?
He did say he lost consciousness, yeah.
Okay. Did he tell you how he was taken off the mountain?
He went in a toboggan, I know that.
Okay. Was he able to move around at all very well?
Not when he got home. No, he was a very sore Jose. He didn't move well at all. In fact, he went to bed quite. When he got home, it might have been, like I say, early evening, 6:30, 7 o'clock, and he wasn't up for much after that. He just headed to bed.
Was he pale?
Very.
Did he complain about weakness?
Yeah, he of it on that, and trying to think it was my fault or that things were going wrong in the relationship. And now looking back, I think there was more going on than I realized.
Did he become
I didn't know.
obsessed with anything that he hadn't been obsessed with before? If so, what?
His health. He felt very conscientious about, or conscious of his mental status and capabilities, and it seemed like he just
Explain that to the jury.
It's hard after 7 years to think back on specifics. He just little things that he would try and do. He felt like he was not capable of getting things done like he was used to, you know. And I know he'd spend a lot of time on his laptop, and he was very involved with the Fidelity and his finances and different things. He would, you know, get involved with his broker and talk about things, and they would do things on the laptops, and they would. I don't think he felt like he was where he was before the accident. He just couldn't. I know there was one time, silly little thing, but he was putting up an antenna on the window of the house. Terry was very conscious of saving a dime. He wanted to, you know, fix things and do things on his own. And so he was putting in this antenna, and he got really kind of disgruntled about putting in a simple antenna on the window of his living room and things like that. Yeah, he just, that's what I saw. But as far as, you know, what he was feeling, I think he was real discouraged, and that's where he was putting that across too, that he just felt real discouraged with what he was trying to do.
Did Terry seek therapy, if you know?
I think he did. Yeah, I know that, yes, he did. He had doctor's appointments and things that he was doing after that accident. I know I think he was struggling with that and trying to figure out what was going on. And like I say, Terry hides things really well as far as, you know, I think he didn't want to let on that he was struggling, but at the same time, being his partner, I think he would let on a little bit more that, you know, he was having some issues with things, but I think he kept trying to overcome as well, but was still hurting.
Did you seek counseling?
Did I? Yes.
For what was happening with Terry?
Well, I sought counseling for myself. Yes, I
Explain
did.
that.
The relationship was falling apart, and I was taking on some of that blame and wanting to find out why and figure out what was going on with me. And so I just sought counseling in St. George. I went to a counselor for a few weeks.
You told me once you were heartbroken. Explain that.
I thought I had met the love of my life when I met Terry. We were just a cute couple. We did great together, and it didn't work. He broke my heart when he started pushing me away, and it just dissolved.
How long did you have a relationship? How many months after the accident?
About 6 months.
6 months?
About 6 months.
Did his activity level change during that time?
Mm-hmm. Oh, extremely, extremely, yes. His activity level changed, but that's not why. I don't think that's why the relationship fell apart.
But just tell the jury about the change in his activity level, if you would.
Oh, like I said, he became like an old man. He didn't want to do anything anymore. He just felt like he wasn't capable, or just didn't feel good about it. His joy was gone. Terry was a joyful person, and his joy was gone. He didn't feel the joy anymore.
Did his personality change after the accident? Explain.
Basically that, yes. He became agitated easily. Terry was not a man that I ever knew to be aggravated, agitated, angry, and he became more so in that regard afterwards. He was, little things would get him. Like even the dog, my dog was, she always would go sit on his chair in the living room, on the back of his chair. And I remember him coming out one day, and he pushed her off the chair and yelled at her and scolded her, and said, "Why are you on my chair? Get away!" And little things like that just didn't seem right. He changed.
And that was a big change from the way he acted before.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what about his emotional status? Did that change? How'd you describe it?
Yeah, he that's hard. It's kind of silly, but he seemed to cry easily, get frustrated and tear up, and that was something that he didn't. Like I say before, I think he wanted to show he was strong and capable, and afterwards he showed kind of a weakness to the effects of everything that was going on for him.
How would you summarize your relationship at about 5 months after the accident? Kind of summarize that for the jury.
He was very withdrawn at that point. That's why I say he was pushing me away, and I don't know if maybe he thought that would be the better thing for me. In fact, I think he was kind of encouraging me, thinking, okay, I'm just not the same person anymore. I think you need to move on with your life. Go down to St. George. Of course, long distance is hard, and I had my children there and my family, and I wanted to spend time there, and would encourage him to come with me. But at that point, for whatever reason, he refused to be a part of that anymore.
Your Honor, can we just deal with the house matter for a minute? If we're trying to let the jury leave at 5, and if we're trying to get this witness done today, we would like the remainder of the time. But if she's coming back tomorrow, we don't have to worry about this.
Why don't we see how far we get? Mr. Sykes, please proceed.
Describe any cognitive changes by the end of the relationship in terms of attention, concentration, seeming smart, etc., all those things. Expressing himself verbally. Any change in those areas?
That's where he withdrew. He really didn't engage anymore with it. Even emails and things when I was gone, and the exchange of content when we would email back and forth or even talk, it wasn't there anymore.
Did it seem like he lost intelligence to you?
Sure. Yeah. I guess he wasn't. He wasn't the same man. So it was hard for me to say just what specifically.
Were you working hard to try to save that relationship?
Absolutely. Yes. I worked very hard.
This loss of the relationship, do you have any reason to attribute that to the ski accident?
I didn't at first, and now looking back and seeing that perhaps it was a brain injury and perhaps there were other things going on, I would say so now, yeah.
Until the day before the ski accident, was the relationship strong?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we were doing great.
Thank you.
Yes.
No further questions, Judge.
Mr. Egan?
Ms. Davidson,
Hello.
pleased to meet you. My name's James Egan. I am counsel for the defense and I have some questions for you.
Okay.
I'll try to be quick. We don't have a lot of time.
I noticed
so
that.
I apologize if they're kind of rapid fire.
Okay.
So you said that Mr. Sanderson hides things really well, and I'm wondering if you think that it's possible that he might have hid some medical conditions, not necessarily intentionally, but he kept them from you in the way that you described. Is that possible?
Probably, yeah.
So is it fair to say that when it comes to depression or anxiety or a number of other medical conditions. It's possible that he had them and you didn't know about it.
That could be.
And you wouldn't dispute if there were medical records to the...
No, I wouldn't dispute that, no.
Right, okay. You said, I believe, that if I heard you correctly, it was your understanding that Mr. Sanderson did not know who hit him at the time that you first spoke with him about the accident. Is that correct?
As I recall.
And he was also uncertain about what happened. Is that right?
He lost consciousness. That's all I knew was, yeah. So I don't know that other than losing consciousness and going on perhaps what someone else said.
Okay. And was that someone else, to your understanding, Mr. Craig Ramone?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know Craig Ramone?
I don't. No,
okay.
I don't. I mean, I may have met him once. I just don't remember him.
Okay. Was it your understanding from what you learned about the accident that Mr. Sanderson had been asked if he was okay by a Deer Valley or some other ski patrol person, and he said that he was?
And that's, I think, after when we did start talking about the accident, he had described that, yes, someone had asked him, are you okay? And my understanding was when he came to, and you know how you come to and you're kind of like shaken, and it's like, are you okay? And yeah, I think I'm okay. But then, 5 minutes, 10 minutes down the road, you're like, oh, wait a minute. My ribs hurt. I'm not okay. I hurt. I don't feel the same.
I see. And speaking of the ribs, is it true that the ribs were his chief complaint, his pain in his side when you first talked to him?
Yes, that was his main concern, just because I would try and give him a hug or try and help him, and it's like, don't touch me. But he didn't look good either. That's where I became concerned too. And I have a daughter that has a nursing degree, and I remember calling her and saying, Kara, what do I need to watch for something? What do I do here? And she kind of briefed me on watching, as a person that has a concussion, what to do. And so I kind of, kept that in my awareness through the evening, but then I insisted that we get him to the doctor the next day.
Okay, as I recall, you said that you had encouraged him to go even the day before.
Yes, but yeah, he just wouldn't have anything to do with. He wanted to go to bed. He was like, no, I'm going to bed. I'm done. I don't feel good. I'm just going to bed.
And he complained about his ribs, correct?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But did he complain about any head pain?
I'm sure he did, yes, because that's why I called my daughter. And, I knew that he had whatever it was, I guess there was a suspicion of a concussion at the time. I don't know if it had actually been diagnosed at the clinic. I'm not sure of that. But I know that there was a suspicion of it, and because he wasn't feeling well and complained of just he didn't look good. And that's when I wanted to make sure he was okay.
Okay, these might not be in a terribly organized fashion, these next questions, but I'm just trying to, again, be mindful of time. As I understand it, immediately after the relationship that you had with Mr. Sanderson, he moved on to a new relationship. Is that correct?
I hate to say it, but I kind of encouraged it at one point, because I think my jealousy was a little bit there, and she had been with us through different concerts and hiking and doing things, and at one point I just thought, maybe you and Robin ought to try it out, because you've got a lot in common. But that was my own little jealousy.
Okay. And you talked about the reasons for the ending of the relationship. Early on, you didn't think that it was related to the accident, correct?
I didn't know. I thought it was my doing, just because I don't do real well in relationships.
I'm sorry to hear you say that. But in terms of your own understanding now, you mentioned that you have a new understanding, but is it fair to say that's speculation? You don't know what his actual reasons were? You haven't talked to him about those?
No.
And just to be clear,
Well, do you know, actually, and this is the sad part, is a few, probably, how many years has it been? 7 years. Probably within the last 4 years ago, maybe during the deposition time. No, that was 2 years ago. At some point, he contacted me again and said he was really sorry for what had happened and that he felt badly and tried to get us back together. But I've been in a new relationship and quite steady and doing well with it, so I'm good now.
I see. And in that conversation, did this accident come up at all?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Sorry.
As I understand it, your understanding of his medical condition, his health following the accident, was primarily derived from those couple weeks after the accident. Is that correct?
Yes, as far as I know.
Okay, yeah. So, like, you're up close, personal.
I took care of him for the first couple of weeks right after. I stayed there for about, I think, 2 weeks, close to 2 weeks.
Right, and so that up close, personal understanding of his medical condition is limited to those weeks. Is that correct?
That, and then the few months after that we were together, yeah.
Correct. Though, what I'm trying to get
sorry.
to no, it's okay. What I'm trying to get to is in your deposition, you made a distinction about the understanding you had at the time, and that those first few weeks, and that later you became, I think, focused on the relationship and not on his health, is I think how you put it. Does that sound fair?
Improper use of a deposition.
Sustained?
Okay, I apologize. I'm trying to just be quick. So,
Sure.
let's see. Would it be fair to say that your understanding of his health was limited after those few weeks because you didn't see him as frequently?
Oh, okay.
And I could get the deposition transcript out and bring it to you, and we could look at the
No, that's
actual.
all right.
If you don't recall.
Okay, yeah. You're just saying that time that I was taking care of him, that would be the limitation of my understanding what his health conditions were.
Yeah, that you had a good understanding for those few weeks, but then after that, you didn't have as good an understanding because you were focused on other things, and he had withdrawn.
Probably that's accurate.
Okay, that's what I'm
That's
thinking.
fair. That's fair.
Okay, I didn't ask the question
No,
very well.
That's fair.
I'm glad that we got to that.
Sure.
Thank you. So you mentioned earlier, I believe, that he kind of became like an old man. Do you remember that testimony?
Yeah. No,
So,
definitely.
would it surprise you if he had told someone, maybe even a doctor, a number of weeks before the accident, that he'd gotten old all of a sudden?
Oh, before the accident even.
Yeah.
No, I'm not aware of that.
Okay, but would that surprise you if he had said that?
Yes.
Okay.
It would, I guess, because as I recall, we were quite active up until that time. But then again, I had been away for a while. I had been in St. George for some time. I don't know. There again, that's why I'm trying to think. It's been so long.
Sure.
Because I was coming back when the accident had occurred. I was just coming back, so I had been away for a couple of weeks prior to that.
Right, okay, thank you. Just in this same vein, would it be surprising to you if someone had said that he would, again, before the accident,
Okay.
routinely walk into walls?
Oh, that surprises me.
Or what about, you mentioned the vision issue, which you did have an understanding of, correct?
Absolutely.
So did you ever observe him asking someone standing on the right side of his vision to move so that he could see them better?
Oh, no.
Okay. Were you aware of any medical event, like a stroke-like event, that might have impacted him and he would have had to get MRIs and that sort of thing for?
Prior to the accident, I don't remember.
Okay, that's okay.
Don't remember.
If that's
Sorry.
the truth, that's fine. And one of the reasons I ask it is that I'm wondering if you know whether that sort of thing was the reason that he retired from his profession.
Oh, That surprises me, no.
Well, I'm just asking if
Oh,
that's
no,
your
no,
knowledge.
no, no,
Okay.
not at all.
And then, did he ever talk about adjusting his skiing to one side of the slope so that he could avoid hitting people?
Never. Not in my knowledge, no.
Or what about just being picky about the days that he skied so that he could avoid bad lighting?
Oh. This is all new information. Never heard of it.
I'm not giving you information. I'm just asking if it would be something you would say or you
No.
would have seen in him. Okay.
No.
Okay, I believe I am done, but I'm going to look at one more thing to see if I need to ask it. It may have been covered. Oh, I wanted to be clear about this. During those weeks just after the accident, as I understand it, you were the only one with him during those weeks. Is that right?
Yes.
I think you were the one caring for him
Yes,
and
yes.
communicating with him.
Yes.
And as you understand it, he was withdrawn from all other people during that time.
As far as I know, yes. I don't know as far as conversations with his on the phone or emails or whatever, but yes, physically I was the only one there.
Okay. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure.
Marlene, I'm sure you can ask you about hearing something about okay. Do you know, have you ever had a broken rib?
No.
Have you known people that have?
Yes.
They tell you it's pretty painful?
Very.
Yeah. So, do you think a person with 4 broken ribs is now someone that okay?
But that's okay.
Sustained.
Okay. Let me ask you. Mr. Egan tried to box you in with the 2 weeks of medical care, but you were still coming up 25 days a month after the accident, weren't you?
Not as frequently. Not as frequently, but yes, I was still spending a lot of time up there, of course, yes.
Yeah.
I was still trying to maintain a relationship.
In the 3 months after the accident, how many days do you think you spent up here?
Well, I mean, there again, looking back through photos, that's the only thing I can go through. We still spent a lot of time together. In fact, I even encouraged him to come down to a birthday party where my granddaughter's in Cedar City. And so I was, like I say, looking at photos. And another one, we went to his granddaughter's graduation in Washington in June of that year after the accident. But so yes, we spent a lot of time together still. Traveling and doing what we were trying to do, but it just, it was necessity travel, not enjoyment travel.
In the 6 months after the accident, do you think you had a pretty good idea of what kind of person you had changed into? What kind of problems you was having?
Yes, I saw a big difference.
No further questions.
Mr. Egan?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. You may step down. Thank you. Why don't you just have a seat, and I'm going to excuse the jury first. So we're going to go ahead and recess at this time, and we'll reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you. Oh, I have to do this. I have to remind you of your obligation not to, as much as you might be tempted, not to do any of your own investigation, not to review anything on the internet or anywhere else, not to communicate with anyone about the case, including your fellow jurors. And remember that the evidence will be coming in one piece at a time, and that you need to keep an open mind until you hear all of the evidence. So thank you for your attention today. You may step down. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I mention a decorum order item?
Sure.
So paragraph 4, at the end of court proceedings, spectators shall remain in the courtroom until the judge, the jury, and the parties have withdrawn.
and the bailiff gives permission to leave, do you mind if we excuse our parties who have been here, our clients?
Not at all.
Okay, so you're free to go.
Is there anything that the lawyers need to address right now?
Nothing to play this
Yes, briefly, Your Honor. It'd be nice to get our monitors working. Is that a possibility, or did we give up?
I guess that's that's up to you.
It sounds like we're giving up. Is that true?
We can try after this.
Okay. And then our witness
As I mentioned before, there is a very large monitor in the courtroom next to us, and if it's not being, I think tomorrow it'll be used by the commissioner. There is one for this room, so we have a large monitor that could be rolled in front of that screen and used. If you'd like
in
to.
addition to that screen?
Yeah, there's a large television monitor with an HDMI port on it.
And we put it where again? I'm sorry.
Well, you can put it where that screen is, so you could roll it back and forth as necessary.
I'd like, gentlemen, and Kristen, sorry, if they're offering a big screen, do we want it or do we don't want it?
Why don't we bring it in right now and you can take a look at it?
Okay, and then we just need the.
Steve, I don't think we.
We're abandoning it. We like that better. Thanks. Okay, and then a witness line up for tomorrow from the plaintiffs, please.
I'm sorry, say again?
Witness line up for tomorrow.
Wendell Gibby in the morning, and I think it's Sam Goldstein in the afternoon, isn't it? I think it is. We gave him this list quite some time ago.
So this is the list they gave me, and Wendell Gibby, Sam Goldstein, both in the morning. Does that sound right?
No, not in the morning. Gibby in the morning and Goldstein in the afternoon. We have two other before and after witnesses we hope will be here on time. And we will fill in with them as we are able.
So daughter Shay,
and Polly Grasham.
and then how about brother of son-in-law, Mark? Are those three planning to go tomorrow?
He's coming Friday.
He's coming Friday. Thank you for that. So it sounds like 4 witnesses tomorrow: Gibby, Goldstein, Shay, and Polly.
Depends on the length of how we go. We hope we'll have 4 witnesses tomorrow. One of them's flying in from Montana, and the other one, Washington. So,
But no more than those 4.
well, if we have extra time, we've told him this, and we've advised the court, we may call Gwyneth Paltrow. We don't want there to be dead time in the courtroom.
So that's a question why I'm asking, Your Honor, because what's the lineup? I don't want coyness. I wanted this.
Hey, there's no coyness here.
Okay, so times.
I gave you this 3 weeks ago. You sat in my conference room. I showed you my trial plan.
Gibby, Goldstein, Shay, Polly.
And a week ago, we notified you that...
Can I just get a yes from that? Like, those are the 4 plans?
We notified him that we could call Gwyneth Paltrow at any time if there was dead time.
So there's a chance you may call her tomorrow?
Possibly. We're planning on calling her Friday. That's our plan.
Okay.
So.
But those 4, I mean, can we just get a yes?
5.
Possibly Gwyneth.
That's 5. Now,
I mean,
if we don't...
In all fairness, Mr. Owens, if he doesn't have a witness available, then he's eating up his trial time with dead time.
I get it, but like, when is Shay coming? When are you planning on her
We're
tomorrow?
hoping to have them tomorrow morning later, or tomorrow afternoon. Now, till 1.
Shay doesn't get until 1. Polly,
I think is coming in the morning, but I don't know for sure.
you don't know when your witness is coming tomorrow?
I'm not certain. We're hoping to have them tomorrow. That's our plan.
All right.
These people are out of town.
The
Messages with them.
pretrial The pretrial order requires that one side disclose to the other who they're planning to call the next day. I guess it doesn't specify the order or the times. Just be prepared for those possible 5 witnesses.
Right, it's just like we don't know when Bori's coming.